I want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because he helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho. Yeah.
It's the old
He helped Daniel get out the lion's den. He helped get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to the children? Why you lying to the children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been to bed. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the best. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to Thora. All the sons and all the daughters. Standing all with big manodas. But my son, he made me Taurus. On that line, I'm still a Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, would not hesitate to get retarded. Oh lordy, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he farted. He running to the hills like a Philistine. Jihad hitting Hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the ratchet team. JJ7000 to debate me. Yeah, I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. Respond, come wake me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother, balling and crawling all the way from H-time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Mito got the raw, Shaq and Willie. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, I'm dope and wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as a realist, yeah. Death by kind, black suicide. Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been there. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the best. Why didn't take it over? Number one debate league, you heard me? When it's up, it's stuck. I'm stepping on everything, nigga. Metaphorically, of course.
Yo! Lions in the building. All right, we got one more.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we don't. Hey, welcome to the Lions Den, man. Welcome to the den. You know, that kind of threw off my little rhythm when the song didn't play, but that's all right. How you doing, Yasha Ben Israel? How you doing, brother?
What up, Joe?
Yeah, Kareem kind of threw my introduction, you know, so it's like I'm trained to, you know, never mind. That's all right, Kareem. I got it. Welcome to the Den. This episode of Lions Den is brought to you by Common Sense. Things be explained, but we just can't understand it for you. You see the title, Kyrie Irving's anti-Semitism. Wait a minute. You still trying to play the music, Kareem? Was that music coming back on?
That wasn't me. I have fell off. It got stuck. I wasn't trying to play nothing else. It just got.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Shalom to everybody that's watching. Shalom to everybody on the panel.
Peace.
All right, y'all should go ahead and introduce yourself, family.
Yashab Israel, the most formidable Israelite alive. Yes, the most respected and feared at the same time. You know, yeah, sometimes I get that energy all in one person. Ooh, that's something. Yeah, Yashab Israel back in the building one more time and shit. You know, ready to chop it up with Jay Jizzle. You know, got a good special here for you. And I passed the mic.
All right. Well, you know, Kyrie Irving, Kanye West, you know, they've been in the news lately. You know, they have been ostracized, if I hope I'm saying that right, and they've been like singled out as being the biggest threat to Jewish people on the planet, all because they.
Yeah.
Go ahead, family.
I said, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I can see why it would be a threat because you got a real Israelite telling you, look, hey, I'm checking y'all about this ism. And when the world find out that y'all are not them people, then that's something y'all going to have to deal with. Yes, that's a threat to y'all.
Yeah. And, and it's a shame because it's supposed to be like the land of the free, home of the brave, freedom of speech, patriotic way, and you know, my country, 'tis a feast, sweet land of liberty, all this old garbage. But the brother can't even. But it's okay for him to. It would have been okay if he would have got in front of the camera. I'm with the LGBTQIZ, whatever, how many letters. That'd have been okay. Wouldn't be no problem. Life continues on. No big breaking news. But now that but see, it's like y'all trying to do reverse racism. Because we're going to show you today how these same people to this basketball game, the ones that are talking about, oh my God, our people have been so oppressed and, you know, blah, blah, blah. But then now you go.
They the oppressors acting like the oppressed. You know, right. Especially when it comes to African Americans. Whatever we say can never oppress you like the oppression you have done to my people.
Right. And then also, and why all these other off brands, these old other people like the Garfields, the Uncle Cats, these coon ass Negroes, Sarnetta. I mean, all these ones are trying to push this old Kemetic stuff and African stuff, and y'all trying to tell us, oh no, y'all ain't the Israelites and all this. Well, guess what? These Jewish people are mistreating Africans as well. We're gonna show you today. Then I want to see if your tune stays the same. Because these people are running around here acting like they're the most oppressed people in the world. And they didn't learn from their own Holocaust, it seems like to me, because if you did, you wouldn't be treating the ones that you invited to your country, to your state, these Ethiopians, and it was, oh, everybody can come back. You know, going past the biblical prophecy, you're making up your own prophecy as you go anyway, right? And then you get them over there, and then you treat them like they're pieces of shit. And we're going to show that today. Because y'all need to look in the mirror before you go run around talking about somebody anti-anything when you're doing it right here today in 2022 to people who have dark melanated skin. How did you miss that part?
Man, beyond me.
In the whole world, y'all trying to get the whole world to feel sorry about something that happened. Like y'all tell us, hey, move on, forget about it. But we're not saying forget about it. People should be reminded of history so it don't repeat itself, right? So y'all complaining about 6 million people. I get that part. But what about the other 11 million people that was also in Hitler's Holocaust? Are they not important either? Because you seem to be, y'all want to, what they call that? Copyright or put a
monopoly
trademark on the word Holocaust and feed the word that this only contains or pertains to you and your Jewish religion. Not the Afro-German Israelites that was over there. So I'm sure Judah was over there. not the Slavs, not the Polish people, he even got rid of homosexuals too. So this wasn't just about your religion. And we're gonna show this to the world. Okay, Kareem, let's
to be quite honestly,
go ahead.
Them being victims of the Holocaust, them being Jews on a religious level, had nothing to do with why they went into the Holocaust.
Nope. And you know
I'm
what?
talking about on a religious level.
But they try to make the world believe that that's the reason for this Holocaust. That it was because of their religion. And it was this Hitler's sick idea that he was trying to create a master race.
Yeah. They were persecuted not because they were Jews. They were persecuted because they were considered non-pure Aryan whites.
Also, you made a good point earlier. Because Hitler wanted to get rid of the Bible. So he was killing people who didn't want to let go of the Bible.
Yeah. Anybody that wasn't a part of the Nazi propaganda.
Yeah. All right, Chris, let's go ahead and start this video here. Is this the one? This is the very first one I sent right here?
I mean,
you can tag Chris. Keep the link in the chat as well. Like I said, Hitler wanted to create this superior race. And it's crazy how Jesse Owens proved that wrong at the 1934 or 32 Olympics.
Embarrassed them.
Mm-hmm. Real bad. No, that wasn't his. I mean, that might have been part of it, but no, he wanted to create a master race, Daniel Haru. He said it was said that Hitler woke up one day and said that he saw people running their country.
I don't even know what it is.
You got to mute your mic, family. And running their country and taking their wealth. I mean, that might have had something to do with it, but that wasn't the main goal. I mean, that might have been some motivation. That might have been. Kareem, are we ready? This is Israel's new racism, y'all. The persecution of African migrants in the Holy Land. Okay, so while they sit up here crying and talking about, pro me, and here in 2022, look how they treating people that look like you and me. If it wasn't for people who look like you and me in World War II, like the 761st Tank Battalion, who went over there and liberated your people, are all African-American unit.
Boy, you better teach.
Was a part of your liberation. So Kyrie's ancestors may have died in that war to help liberate you. And also, maybe some of his distant relatives, the Afro-Germans from the tribe of Judah, that was over there getting persecuted by Hitler. How about that? So he got every right to speak on this Holocaust, just like you do. You cannot coin this as to be your bad experience in life or your ancestors' bad experience. It don't work like that. You cannot coin this. You're not Semitic, and we're not going to let you get away. Go ahead, Malachi.
Peace, Malachi, y'all.
Peace, brothers. Peace. No, you're on a roll, so go ahead and I'll join in as the conversation continues, okay?
All right, let's go. Let's get the video. Please and thank you.
Have arrived in Israel on Since 2006, about 60,000 Africans have arrived in Israel on harrowing treks through the Sinai Desert, fleeing poverty, persecution, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. As refugee camps across Africa fill up and Europe closes its gates to asylum seekers, Israel became the next best option, accessible by land and said to be a developed democracy. But instead of providing them with safe haven, Israel is both refusing to grant them any benefits and denying them the ability to work legally to support themselves. Faced with poverty and exploitation, a new nightmare unfolded.
עדיין לא מאוחר, אפשר מחר לעשות מעשה, להתחיל לאסוף את המסתננים, לא צריך לחכות לבג"ץ, לא צריך
He said they said they want to, they're not waiting for the Supreme Court. They're going to round up the infiltrators. I hope I think everybody can see it to read it themselves, right? I hope so. All right, come on, Carmela. See, look, this is how they feel about us, y'all.
אני רואה מחוץ לבית שלי, יריקות, פסיכופטים, אנשים שרק מחפשים איך לרצוח אותי בעיניים שלהם, אבל אף אחד לא מאמין לנו, אנחנו גזענים.
Look, we're racist because we want to preserve our lives and our sanity.
Girls say I can see them just waiting to murder me. Ain't nobody thinking about you. That's almost like how the white woman, see the Negro and then start clutching her purse, and he ain't even think about her ass.
I mean, look at this. They sit up there, and you got me stuttering over here, man. They sit up there and get these goddamn picnic rallies. This is what this remind me of. Rallying the troops to pick a nigga off. This is 2022.
That's the picnics.
That's the damn picnics right here. The pick a nigga off.
The pick a nigga picnics.
Rallying the troops, y'all. These people right here are the ones that they talking about. They have been persecuted and they fear for their lives, and all the time they coming out on people in their own country. They worry about Kyrie way over here, and y'all but then over there in their own land, they over there treating us like we pieces of goddamn shit. Look in the mirror.
אנחנו גזענים כדי לרצות לשמור על החיים שלנו ועל השפיות שלנו. אז אני גאה בלהיות גזענית. אני גאה בלהיות גזענית. אם אני גזענית, בשביל לשמור על החיים שלנו.
Stop there. If I'm a racist, in order to preserve life, Max Kellerman, why ain't you getting on your people? Who's the commissioner? Adam Silver? Huh? She said, I'm a racist in order to preserve my life, then I'm proud. Look at these are the chosen people of the earth. You don't see blacks running around, no Negroes. We racist.
Proud racist.
Proud racist.
Jewish
racist motherfuckers, $8 billion. It gotta be 8 million.
Jewish racist.
I'm gonna say 8 million just to be safe. I know it's more than that.
We know it's Jewish because that's Hebrew writing in the back.
No, they get $8 billion to $9 billion annually from the United States of America, brother.
And then when we go over there, we get put on land like goddamn what they call it? I got a loss of words for that, y'all. Nuclear power plant lands and shit. But they the victims. They the victims, everybody. But she a proud racist. Why ain't this playing all over the goddamn news? It's been out for a couple of years, but why ain't y'all playing it? Y'all the victims, huh?
They the type of people that's out here oppressing people, but they claiming oppression. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the just and crux of the matter.
Controlling people who are actually free. Right, Joseph, son of Israel. I mean, but look, this is disgusting. Leave this on the screen for 1 second. Also, remove his comment. Yeah. It says, if I'm a racist, in order to preserve my life, then I'm proud. What preservation is you talking about?
Proud racism.
I mean, All I can just tell your kids to stay with their own kind. I mean, if they're trying to do, you can't get mad at us if some of the people don't think like you and they want to mess with blacks or whatever. You don't sound any different than Hitler. When Hitler wanted to get rid of people to preserve their purity.
They don't look no different. They don't look no different than Hitler either.
Right. Didn't you learn from your own Holocaust? Let's go, y'all.
I don't look like Hitler. Don't they look? Do they look like Hitler or us? Which one?
Them. I don't understand how they didn't learn from it. How can you? Of all the pain y'all claim y'all went through, wouldn't you think you would have some damn humility on the next person? So and be like, well, I don't want them to go through what our ancestors go through. But no, they got these big ass pep rallies, and Max Kellerman and all them on ESPN and National Geographic and 60 Minutes and all these people that Kanye named that own these corporates, Disney and all that. None of these people seen this shit, huh? Over in Israel, huh? She worried about Kyrie over here. They worried about Kyrie over here placing a book, which, by the way, is the #1 seller on Amazon right now. You go out and cop that, right? But look at her. She leading the troops, y'all. I'm a racist. In order to preserve my life, then I'm proud. Let's keep it moving.
While protests raged in the streets against the presence of asylum seekers from Africa, the man who held the power to determine their fate, Deputy Prime Minister Eli Yishai, demanded their expulsion.
אם ייתנו לי את כל הכלים, ואני פועל להשיג את כל הכלים, וזה לא קל. אם ייתנו לי את כל הכלים בלי יוצא מן הכלל, תוך פחות משנה לא יישאר בארץ ישראל אפילו מסתנן אחד.
And the few isolated Israelis who dared to protest, like this woman, were met with a harsh backlash.
You go back. She said, you are married to an Igor with the N, y'all. You see? These are God's chosen people. Right? These are the light of the world. These are the holy people. We don't go around because come on, man. What's really going on here? But y'all the one that's suppressed? Look at this on the screen. Terry, do you see this on the screen? Or am I the only one to see this?
Yeah, I see it.
So how is these people oppressed? They're no different than Hitler. Zionism and Nazism is just two what they call it, two of the same.
You married to the Zanj. You married to the Cushy.
To the cotton picker. Man, but they oppressed, y'all. They all over Kyrie, but this is the attitude that they have. Don't let them fool you. Why ain't y'all showing this? CNN, Fox, CBS, ABC.
Anti what? What they anti? Look like they anti-human. We
they anti-Shemite. They the real anti. We the Shemites. Actually, they just anti-human, right? They anti-Africans. They anti-Israelites. They anti-everybody but their own funky ass. They think they shit don't stink.
Yeah.
And then the minute you say something, oh, poor us. But look how y'all acting in the middle of the streets. Want to get rid of Africans and Negroes and African Americans. They want to get rid of them. You married to a nigger. That's what's on the screen. I didn't put it up there. Let's go, y'all.
את תשועי פוקי! לכי את והוא! תלכי מפה! תלכי! את תשועי פוקי! לכי! לא מתפייתם!
At the anti-African rallies we documented, one figure was ubiquitous, a member of Knesset named Michael Ben Ari. In August 2010, we interviewed him at his Knesset office.
יש להם שם בית. מה זה גירוש? איזה גירוש? הם שווים הביתה. כל מדינה בעולם מתוקנת הייתה עושה את זה. נהפוך להיות מדינת הגירה, אבל יש כאלה שעוינים את המדינה. ולכן הם רוצים להפוך אותה למדינת אזרחי כל העולם. נביא לפה מיליון אפריקאים, 500,000 פיליפינים, 2-3 מיליון סינים, ושלום על ישראל.
He don't want Africans there. They talking about, what are you trying to do? You trying to turn this into a big melting pot? They want it all for them. They think they something fucking special. And they feel like they're the oppressed ones, but they doing the same thing the Nazis are doing. You are no different. None of you Goldbergs and Spielbergs and Zimmermans and Kellermans, all y'all the same.
Now, what if we went on a plan to get y'all ass out of here and keep America for us?
Right. We be, man, come on.
What happened then?
They got a plan to get all the blacks up out of the goddamn little funky ass Israel. We bringing in 1 million Africans, 500,000 Filipinos, and he's musty, and he complaining. Because the Africans and Filipinos getting all the women. You don't got a chance. Look at you. Let's go, man.
פיליפינים, 2-3 מיליון סינים, ושלום על ישראל.
למה זה מאיים שיהיו פה עוד מיליון אפריקאים?
זה מאיים כי לא תהיה פה מדינה יהודית. המדינה שלנו, תקשיב, המדינה שלנו שונה ממדינות אחרות. המדינה שלנו היא מדינה יהודית.
Is it a state or is it, which one is it?
זה איזון.
Is it a state or is it a country?
I don't know. You had to go deal with the Balfour Declaration to figure out what they
bullshit,
did.
Man. And then if we let all these people, it won't be just for us. I mean,
I buy the ladder. It's bullshit.
But then you want the American people over here, our taxpayers, to send your funky racist ass money every goddamn year. So you can treat people who look like me, Karima, Terry, and Malachi like pieces of shit. Man, this shit is crazy.
Yes.
But the unique thing about is, again, their Holocaust did not even transpire here, but yet America has been, again, giving them $8 to $9 billion annually. Meanwhile, our Holocaust transpired here, you know, in conjunction with a conspiracy with other nations who had a hand in the transatlantic slave trade. Here it is now, upwards of about 400 years plus, and yet and still, when we talk about reparations, like I said, everyone gets a heart attack, they get an amnesia. Why we're the crybaby race? Or well, why do you always want to bring up the past? But don't forget the Holocaust. Don't remember the Alamo.
Yeah.
Don't forget anything. But when it comes to slavery and the crimes America committed, and they committed, they had a hand in slavery too beforehand, and still do, and still benefiting from that $8-9 billion comes from all kinds of the jails, prisons that we can predominantly are found in. It comes from all the other things that they're making money off of our backs and our necks right now as we speak. Okay, so yet and still, the United States government doesn't feel they owe us anything. Okay, and everybody else joins that rallying cry. Meanwhile, the Japanese got their reparations, the Chinese,
Americans,
and everybody else got their reparations. So the bottom line is, although there was a rally led by Tariq Nasheed and a few other concerned notables today down here in Washington.
Nobody heard nothing about that, man. Was it worldwide news? Hell, fuck no.
Yeah, well, it was known, but not. Yeah, it wasn't given the media.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, it wasn't given its media attention like it should have. But several thousand people showed up. But the bottom line is, I've always, I've been concluding a long time ago. Don't go asking for what you're not willing to take.
So show up and say what? Reparations, no peace. Reparations, no peace. Man, I'm tired of that shit, man. And then you get it up there, then Then we're gonna look into it. We're gonna send out a memo for us to look at. They don't look into that shit, man. I mean, it sounds good. Yeah, that's right. Tariq Nasheed and what's that guy? That old man name? He been on it for years.
Dr. Claude Anderson. Yeah,
Claude Anderson, yeah.
And
that
boy,
sound good every election year. That shit sound good. All right. But let's look at these people who think they just above everybody. Shout out to Shalom, Sister Nandy.
מאוד מאוד לא פשוט, זה יכול להיות תרתי סתרי במקומות מסוימים. זאת אומרת, דברים סותרים זה את זה במקומות מסוימים. במידה ותביא לפה מיליון אפריקאים, תחדל מלהיות יהודית. אנחנו נלחמים, לדוגמה, בתופעה של התבוללות. בעולם ישנה התבוללות של 70-80% במקומות מסוימים בעולם. זאת אומרת, עם ישראל הולך לאיבוד. לי עם ישראל יקר.
Ben-Ari is known for leading nationalist marches through Arab neighborhoods inside Israel, where he antagonizes, intimidates, and menaces Arab citizens. On the holiday of Chanukah, Ben-Ari led a rally at Levinsky Park, a public space in South Tel Aviv that has become home to many Africans who were denied work permits and the ability to afford housing.
I'm sorry, Kareem. I thought he said Ben-Ami.
Hey, hold that for a second real quick. Yeah, they speak the language real fast like that. And he does it on purpose to give the illusion like that's his first language and like he just so comfortable with it. I mean, he good with it and he knows it, but there's an image that comes with it when he's speaking it fast like that. You know, really and truthfully, I guarantee you that it is not his first language.
You still looking fine, don't you?
I land my plane.
Okay.
You hear what it says? They have an anti-African rallies.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Anti-African. Thanks, Kareem, for pointing that out. I sure missed that. Now, look at this. These are the people that's oppressed. They so oppressed they can go spend $10,000 per seat to harass and tell Kyrie about himself. Come on, man. How come the world news is not talking about these anti-African, anti-American rallies that these people are having? And then they got the nerve to point the finger at Kyrie and Kanye. And a lot of y'all is falling for this shit. You just got to do a quick Google search. Everything is at the palm of your hands, right here on the phone. These people ain't no saints. They wicked as hell. How you gonna throw rocks and then put your hand behind your back and then expect us? I guess you didn't think we was gonna find this, huh? You thought everybody was just gonna overlook this, huh? Let's go, y'all.
It's become home to many Africans who were denied work permits and the ability to afford housing.
אנחנו נגיד פה לכל הצבועים האלה, לכל הצבועים, אתם רוצים לעזור לאפריקאים, תיסעו לאפריקה. אתם רוצים
He said, nigga, I heard him.
He said, no, he said, hold on. Oh, my bad. Y'all can't even see it. He said he would tell any hypocrite that helped Africans to go to Africa.
Okay.
Meaning if anyone helped them, if anybody helped them, they need to go to Africa themselves.
Okay, so Israel don't have nothing over in Africa, no bases or nothing, huh? I bet they do. I bet they over there.
So you want to give them food or help them? I'm gonna rewind a little bit.
Yeah. Look, we can't even get a goddamn kosher sandwich over there, y'all. How about that? No, Uncle West, you want to skin and grin for that for no saints yesterday and throw me off the show for this guy who's speaking on our problems? He's not an African American. How he gonna come on here and speak on our problems? And then I tell him he don't know what he's talking about. Uncle West turned into goddamn the guy off of Django. and was highly offended. Kicked me off his show. And Kramer, you know goddamn well, every time Uncle West come over here, do he have free range to bang and get his information out, whether we agree or not?
Yep.
I'm sorry, Kramer, I didn't hear you, man.
Yeah, all the time.
Thank you. And I wanted him to see that, man. Don't go. I come on your platform, you feel like I'm a threat. Especially when you got these white guys on here. Why you got a skin and grin for them? I feel disrespected, bro. But you got a job to do, because this video also gonna talk about. I got another video that goes into how your Charles Darwinism, your atheism, and all that shit ties into eugenics and all these old programs that the Nazis was running. You see, you know this. Muduwa, you know this. I need to stop pushing this bullshit, man. All right, Kareem.
לכל הצפויים, אתם רוצים לעזור לאפריקאים, תיסעו לאפריקה. אתם רוצים לתת להם אוכל, לכו תיתנו להם שם. זאת המדינה היהודית היחידה שיש לנו.
Earlier in the year, at an anti-African rally in Tel Aviv that was attended by thousands, Ben Ari was joined by lawmakers from the governing Likud party and other mainstream politicians.
אריתריאה וסודאן זה לא כאן. כאן זה הבית שלנו.
Yep. They want to throw out the Ethiopians.
I mean, can you imagine walking through there being black?
They wouldn't even worry. Man, be looking over my shoulder, man.
Then they gonna have you him up.
So what is the blacks so bad in this funky ass, dusty ass Israel, this country over here? No, this state. What are they doing to y'all?
They're threatening the money game, man. Listen, look. If you're able to get $8 to $9 billion a year, and tax free, wherein you have free reign and free range to move, motivate, relocate at any given time, and we're talking about access to all. Look, they're the bizarro world of what Romans 3:1 says about what it is to be the chosen of the Lord in much every way. See, they're the bizarro world of what benefits we enjoyed when we were at the pinnacle of our empire and rulership under David and Solomon's reign. So anytime you come against a gravy train of this magnitude, of course they're going to make a lot of noise. They don't want nobody else getting in on that gravy train. And frankly speaking, those Africans, if they're of Canaanite descent, then okay, they don't want them coming back trying to reclaim the land of Israel, and they damn sure don't want us in. But it's the money game, CEO. Put yourself in their shoes. If you're getting $8 to $9 billion, off of victimology and every other, or just whatever, and somebody come along and they're a threat to your money game, you're gonna have a problem with that, and that's how they operate. See, whenever you look at it, when it comes down to white folks, they'll kill you over their money. They don't play. And I know I'm making a powerful statement, so let me prove it. When you look at Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, Huey Newton, and all the other murdered members of the Black Panther Party, Fred Hampton, Charles Hampton. All right, let me just get to the point. All of them, as long as they did their rallies and their marches, that was okay. It was a nuisance, but it was okay. But when Malcolm X said, I'm going to take the United States of America to the United Nations, to the World Court, Malcolm had Fidel Castro. He had Cuba backing him. He had a couple of other nations that backed him and green-lighted him to do so. Malcolm was dead. When Martin Luther King launched the Poor People's Campaign to expose and denounce the Vietnam War, which was a money war for heroin, and the long and short of it all, Martin Luther King got iced. Medgar Evers, when he was rallying for the whole issue of Black businesses getting back to what we were supposed to have been getting to, he got killed. all the aforementioned people, as soon as they tapped into, we're going to go for the money. We're going to go for the money game. That's when J. Edgar Hoover and everybody and other interested parties said, kill them niggas with the quickness. So you have to understand there's certain you got Jewish gangsters, and this is a matter of fact, Murder Inc. Were you thinking Murder Inc. was a Jewish gang? Okay, and you have and they go by other names. You can't deny this. Now, this is not me being anti-Semitic. All you have to do is go back.
Yeah, said Bugsy Siegel.
Okay, you can't deny this.
Yeah,
so
Bugsy
the bottom line.
Siegel, no, Lucky Luciano was Italian. Bugsy Siegel for sure was Jewish. Who?
Henry Ford.
Okay.
Yeah, you can bringing the Fords. That's right. That's right. So the bottom line is, when you go messing with the money, man, when you go messing with their economy, they're gonna straight kill you. And so therefore, that 8 and 9 billion, that's a nice chunk of change to get for nothing. All right, tax free. So they don't want nobody coming in upsetting that apple cart. It's just that it is not that hard to understand on this issue.
So do the government get that money, or do they distribute it for all the people?
Well, okay, here in America, we have to understand that, they funnel the money by way of Wall Street. So don't forget that Wall Street is the biggest conduit for every kind of exchange on the market. Okay, this was put in play by Kennedy patriarch Jack Kennedy when he took over Wall Street in 1934. It was through Jack Kennedy that every scumbag type of criminal activity was given a code name and put into Wall Street. So slavery, every other kind of the drug dealing, the bootleg and all that, now they got code name like Blue Chip, Blue Star, and all these futures, options, derivatives. These are all fancy code names for some kind of criminal activity. Now, the fact of the matter is that putting these people in Israel and calling them the Jews is America's way of so-called fulfilling biblical scripture that, at a certain point, whenever any nation had the children of Israel in captivity, they were required to let them go. So letting them go into Israel and establish the state of Israel was their way, their weak, tepid, and just downright demonic way of saying they released the children of Israel. But we now know that they're not the children of Israel because they call themselves Israeli. But in the long and short of it all, this money comes through. They're able to finance this $8 and $9 billion empire through these lotteries as well. Okay, all these lotteries where they'll put out 1 million tickets with beautiful colors, but no money on them. All right, and over the last 20 to 30 years, they don't even give a fraction of what they used to give as far as winning. They get more money, especially put in our neighborhoods in particular, where they get the bulk of the money to go and send to these people over here.
My grandfather stayed paying a goddamn lottery. So yeah, a lot of us do play the lottery, and you see, don't even benefit it. They got this one scam now on here. Talking about what's $1 billion in the lottery. Man, come on, man. How do we know this? I'm for real. How do we know it's really $1 billion in that lottery pool? It's a damn lie, man. You be a fool to keep playing, and then okay, we're gonna have to we're gonna say one of our guys won it. Larry Henderson has just won it. You see Larry again. It's one of their guys. Fuck out of here.
Well, you're not. Hold up, CEO. You're not lying about that. See, the last legitimate winner of one of these jackpot Powerball jackpots was about no lie, about 20 years ago.
See?
Up from that now. Let's pay careful attention. All of a sudden,
I just put that together out of, you know what I'm saying? I didn't really know if it was true or not, but it seemed like it is.
No, the money.
Nobody winning this shit. They just want y'all to keep playing.
No, here's what's happening now. They've actually devised a way to steal the money. Notice how in the last 10 years, all of a sudden now, they come up with a way to say that if anyone should win in any state, they got certain states where you don't have to give your name. All right, now. So now, if you win in a no-name state, that means whoever that winner is, he or she or they don't have to say anything. Now, legitimately, it does apply where if you or I were to win, you can go in, get a little a not-for-profit or some kind of you can say JJ7000 Enterprises, and you can come in, get your winnings without giving your name, having to give your name and everything else. You get an accountant to put that in effect for you. But now, look at the brainstorm. Do you really think they're gonna give almost $500 million on a $2 investment? Nigga, come on, man. And in these last 10 years, check out all the jackpots of this magnitude. You don't know who's won this money because they're in no-name states. So that's how they're stealing the money. Right. Everything in America is a con and a hustle, baby. It's all about, and therefore, if they don't want to give up the state of Israel because they've been benefiting from it all this time. That's why. And I'll yield.
Good information, Big Baby Hebrew. Minister of information.
Hey, you know a good way to get rid of make them leave. All black people got to do is start flooding up over there. Everywhere the black people have went, some of the best cities in the United States. When black people start flooding them cities, the white folks got the hell on.
Go ahead, Grim.
אבל הדבר החשוב ביותר זה לגרש את המסתננים לארץ ישראל ולשמור על מדינת ישראל כמדינה יהודית.
חברים, אני היום במליאה אמרתי, הסודנים הם סרטן בגוף שלנו.
Minutes after the rally, 1,000 Israelis rioted, attacking African homes and businesses and assaulting any African they found in the streets. Here is footage shot by one of the participants in the riot, a supporter of Mikhail Ben-Ari. Days later, Yulia Shmuelov-Belkovich, at the time a legislator from the centrist opposition party Kadima, called for Israelis who advocate for the Africans to be locked in prison camps alongside the asylum seekers.
אני מסכם בדיוק. דרך אגב, מעבירה אותם גם לאותו מקום שאנחנו בונים עכשיו את המחנות שיעבדו שם.
According to the Israeli Coalition Against Racism, incidents of racist incitement by Israeli public figures doubled in 2012. In many cases, the targets of their hateful invective were not Palestinians, but African migrants. Chief among those targeting the presence of Africans in Israel is a core of hundreds of state-appointed...
round them up and put them in what kind of camps?
Concentration camps.
Okay, can you rewind that here? Because I think the people need to hear that one more time, man. I mean, what the hell's going on? Put them in camps for what?
So they can work there.
I mean, just because they say so?
So they can do the Jeffrey Osborne so they can concentrate on you.
Man, this is sick. But they the victims, y'all.
According to the Israeli Coalition Against Racism, incidents of racist incitement by Israeli public figures doubled in 2012. In many cases, the targets of their hateful invective were not Palestinians, but African migrants. Chief among those targeting the presence of Africans in Israel is a core of hundreds of state-appointed rabbis, including some of the premier religious authorities in Israel, who issued a letter forbidding Jews from renting apartments to the African asylum seekers and any other non-Jews. Here is a rabbi that we filmed, one of many who labored to promote the religious edict.
זה מהלך שניסינו פה להוביל בעיר, לא להזכיר להם בתים,
לחץ כזה ולאחר שדיברנו עם בני הקהילה שלנו והסתובבנו לנסות להקשות עליהם.
Hey, I'm sorry, Karima, can you pause real quick? I see Forever Food in the audience.
The fact remains that
Forever Food, we want to do that watch party today. So if you want to jump on now or during the show, after the show, we can get that going. We're gonna play the video from Hebrews to Negroes, and then the part 2 is back to Hebrews. Really, that's what we're going back to, Israelites. But yeah, I see you in the audience, Queen. Yep. What's she say? And also, they launder money through charities and foundations. And look at that. Hey, they got folks calling your house talking about save a kid, throw a couple of dollars. You can't even trust them. You see what I'm saying? Let's go, Kermit. Please and thank you.
Africans in Israel pose no known security threat to the country. None of them have engaged in acts of terrorism against Israel, and very few, if any, hold anti-Israel opinions. Most are eager to contribute to the prosperity and well-being of the country. So why are they being demonized, and why is the government so determined to deport them? Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu previously warned that if the level of Arab citizens of Israel exceeds 30% of the general population, Israel could become a binational state and would lose its Jewish character. With tens of thousands of non-Jewish African migrants living in Israel by 2010, Prime Minister Netanyahu warned that their presence increases the looming threat to the Jewish character of the state.
אנחנו הצלחנו לבלום את הכניסה של המסתננים מאפריקה לישראל, אחרי שהיינו באיום של כניסה של מאות אלפים. החודש לא נכנס מסתנן אחד לערי ישראל, זה כבר כמה חודשים שאנחנו משיגים את התוצאה הזאת. בחודש הקרוב אנחנו נשלים את בניית הגדר לאורך גבול סיני, ועכשיו אנחנו עוברים לשלב השני, וזה השלב של החזרת המסתננים שכבר נמצאים כאן.
Already, the Israeli Knesset has amended the Anti-Infiltration Act it passed in 1954 to prevent Palestinian refugees from returning to their property. Under the new version of the law, non-Jewish migrants can be arrested on site and held in prison without trial for 3 years or more before being deported.
All right, you gotta stop right there. You gotta stop.
To hold the migrants
held without trial, and what they say? Held without trial and held for 3 years? How are these people being oppressed? And they doing it right here in 2022 to people who look like you and me. Are they trying to crowd this poor us to keep the eyes off of them?
Surely they are the oppressor, crying and hollering and screaming as if somebody is being anti-them. Why they anti everybody in the world?
Look at the laws and look what they're doing to people who look like you and me over there. Didn't they learn from their own Holocaust?
Well, apparently it didn't. It's actually a very stark contrast to the literary classic called Animal Farm, where in the story was there were all these animals who hated the humans. And they felt the humans were oppressing them, and some, it was all down with the humans. And then in the end, they were able to take down the humans. Then some of the animals, after a while, got drunk with power and started oppressing the very animals they were going to free from the human tyranny and human oppression. So in this case, what it is, they were able to hold on to our records, hold on to our nationality, generate sympathy, with the whole issue of the Holocaust, which did transpire, not denying it. Okay, but it's gotten muddy. The waters have gotten muddied on what Hitler was doing, but getting back on it though. But they now have become the very monster that they claim Adolf Hitler Schicklgruber, his full name, okay, who was Jewish by way of his mother from a matriarchal standpoint. And now, again, driven by greed, by wanton, out of control greed, $8 to $9 billion annually. They have now become the monster, but they're backed by the United States government. See, understand, before some of y'all may have been born in this time frame, but you know, and I was already here. Some of y'all just probably being born. But back in 1977, when the former prime minister was Menachem Begin, under Menachem Begin, and they were at war with Egypt, and they had murdered the Egyptian president Anwar Sadat. Under Menachem Begin, in 1977, Jimmy Carter was the president, the then president. Jimmy Carter put into effect a whole treatise that would protect Israel, okay, even if they were the aggressor against anyone, because the whole premise was the blood of a Jew must never be spilled again. So this is why they're able to do what they're doing, because that was put in place in 1977 when the former prime minister was Menachem Begin. Like I said, some of y'all, that's how old I am. I'm a geezer. It is what it is. But anyway, that's why they're able to do what they're doing now, JJ. That's why.
That is crazy, man. Africa is the land of the Israelites until the coming of the prophet Elijah, who come to teach and unite us before the coming of the Holy One of Israel, who will lead us to the promised land. That was Yasef Samor. All right, let's go ahead and get back to it, because we got a couple more videos that we want to show y'all, man. Hey, hit that like, share, and subscribe.
And asylum seekers before deporting them, Israel's government has built what it calls an accommodation center in the Negev desert. Blueprints of the center reveal that it will be in fact the largest prison of its kind in any industrialized nation. Currently, about 2,000 Africans languish in the detention center in what human rights groups describe as substandard conditions. This footage we shot outside the prison shows how vast it is. A comprehensive look at the interior of the prison camp has never been presented to the general public. Until the Israeli government is able to resolve the crisis, the chaos in the streets continues. This past New Year's Eve, we followed a mob of ultra-nationalists as they marched through South Tel Aviv, demanding the expulsion of non-Jewish Africans.
I mean, stop right there. Wait a minute. Stop. So, wait a minute. I thought you guys were the victim, but y'all marching through these black folks, these melanated people, folks' neighborhood, and telling them to get out of their country. They got legal. They going into their establishments or businesses and stuff. What the hell's going on, man? But then the minute we say something about y'all and the shit you do, we anti-Semitic. Man, that's the pot calling the kettle black, bro. I mean, these people are marching into these brothers' neighborhoods. Y'all see this? Max Kellerman? How do you turn a blind eye to this? You see everything else. You see when a brother posting a book on Amazon, but you don't see this. Y'all go out and get that book as well, man. It's #1 on Amazon. Let's keep it #1 for the whole year. All right, Karim.
After the march, the ultra-nationalists gathered at the headquarters of Michael Ben-Ari's Strong Israel Party, and that's when we were recognized as left-wing journalists.
למה הוא עומד פה כמו פוסטמה? אני חושב שעכשיו את האמת כבר נגמר לו. למה אתה עומד פה כמו פוסטמה?
The name of the video is Israel's new racism, the persecution of African migrants in the Holy Lands. So for all y'all that's talking about, well, you Israelites and all that, but and then you promoting all this African Kemetic and Pan, they don't like y'all. They don't like us. They don't like the Ethiopian Israelites. They don't like anybody that's African. They racist. You heard that lady say she's a proud racist. She said this. They got rallies. They got picnic rallies. They putting our people in concentration camps. In camps right now today in 2022. You can get arrested over there and don't go to trial for 3 years. All right, Karim.
אתה חושב שעכשיו נעלה כבר נגמר לה. למה אתה עומד פה כמו פוסטמה? עם פרצוף של דביל? בטח ש...
Dang. See, this is what they want to hide from the world. When you see videos like this, they don't give it no media attention. It's not important. It's something that should be just thrown and shoved up under your goddamn old ass rug. And we're gonna promote this narrative that no, we are the people who's getting oppressed all over the world. They want you to believe that they've been oppressed all over the world. What you gotta say about that, Yash?
I mean, it's just crazy how they doing the switcheroo. They acting like they the victims when they actually the suspects. You know what I'm saying? It amazes me how they have been able to pull that off. And people either don't see it or they act like they don't see it. I let my play.
Right. Big Baby Hebrew, you want to say anything?
Well, the reason that they're able to pull it off, so successfully, is because, again, through the media propaganda, also predominantly by way of fear. Okay, look, they stick together and they rally together, and if you come against them, they have reactionary forces that are going to stay on. They're going to stay on code. They're going to stay on point, and they are relentless until you absolutely are broken. And when other people see this, they get fearful. So out of fear, okay, that's how they're able to be able to do what they're doing now. And then, of course, you get the Schindler's List and all the other movies that generate this sympathy. All right. While, of course, there's a media blackout when they are the aggressor. But again, Jimmy Carter made that possible. So that's how they're able to. That's why other people turn a blind eye to it, because they've also were able to successfully muscle their way in areas of control. They get mad at that word, but when you
leave that comment up, Kareem,
you control. And therefore now, because they are in the area of law, distributorship, and everything else, they control a lot of people's purse strings, Brother Yasha. That's why they can throw down an economic embargo on someone immediately. That's why a great many people turn a blind eye. But this is what Kyrie Irving said something that was significant. And that I'm no longer afraid. I'm not afraid of your cameras. I'm not afraid of anything whatsoever. And that's what they fear. And I'm going to yield.
You painted an eloquent picture. I mean, what I couldn't see, you painted it very, very clearly.
Yeah, you did. And look what Kofi said. He said, "Hey, JJ, why SAR get a black Israelite, because we Israelites. We're gonna say Israelites from Dimona to teach last night and not let one of his Israelites brothers over here do the show. Well, I mean, I think it was good. I didn't have no problem with the brother from Dimona. I mean, he right over there, and actually, he probably can attest to some of the stuff that we're playing right now. And actually, go ahead.
Believe it or not, I'm one of them.
He said he brought a white Jew with him.
Yeah,
I'm gonna explain that part if y'all just give me 3 seconds.
Believe it or not, I'm one of them.
Go ahead, fam.
I said, believe it or not, I'm one of them, so it's okay.
Okay. Also, this part. I talked to Mighty Hebrew this morning, and he was telling me how, I guess he body bagged the pod and started to cut that part out the video. But he was saying that because I called Mighty Hebrew last night and said one of your brothers on here from Dimona talking about Kyrie and them, and maybe you need to get in there and make sure he don't get jumped. Right? So then Mighty Hebrew said he got another call from somebody from Dimona told him to get in there. But also he brought that white guy from over there because that white guy, the guy from Israel, the rabbi, he was telling them that we are the Israelites, us. I don't know if he got a chance to do that, but that was his purpose of coming on there. Well, I don't know what he said.
He pretty much went there. What he did do was make a clear distinction because Sinetta made the distinction. That there was a difference between what those brothers doing in a lot of the camps and stuff over here.
No, Yasha, no. He brought him over there to let him know that this rabbi know that we are we the Israelites.
Yeah, I mean, you might not have wanted the people to hear that, but anybody can go back over there and listen to the tape. He said it clearly. He made a distinction between the kingdom of Yah in America and Israel, as opposed to the groups of Israelites that are over here. Hold up. And he talking about the guys that standing on the street corners hollering and cussing out people and stuff like that.
Okay, but even with them, I can say that they have woke up a lot of our people. They might not have went about it the wrong way. The doctor may not have been all the way right. But I can't take away. Come on,
he said bro. He said that.
Oh, okay, cool. That's what I'm saying. You can't take that away. I'm seeing them get in contact with celebrities. Say, hey, bro, you the Israelites. NBA young boy, I like, oh boy, that NBA young boy full of demons. You better leave him alone. But I hope we can get him out of him. That I see how he was looking at him. He might come by. What they call that? Strip the block, walk the block, whatever that new saying. Circle the block. What's that new saying they got? But yeah, man. I can't think of that word, man. I mean, it's gonna come to me. But yeah, you got to try to reach him too, man. But the look on his face, it was like, nigga, leave me the hell alone. But maybe when he get older, he'll realize Kodak Black know it. You see what I'm saying? A lot of NBA and NFL players. Trust me, a lot of people in Hollywood. Going back to, what was that Eddie Murphy song when he was singing? Going back to Zion. I mean, they've been knowing, man. But this is the right time where Kyrie has been in the news for a while with rejecting the vaccination. So he's the right one to bring the message right now. It's just what it is. Somebody in the back talking about, oh man, Kyrie's he's a Muslim. Well, I don't think if he would have came out and said I'm a Muslim, the whole world would have got shook up. But I see him wearing.
I think that we was over in the Lions Den. I think we was in the back chat. I don't know if we recorded it or not, but someone made the statement that asked, can you be a Christian and be an Israelite? And the answer was yes. Somebody said, can you be a Muslim and be an Israelite? And
that was a new Kakarot. He the one that said he was a Muslim. I didn't know Kyrie came out and said he's a Muslim. Look like to me, this month he is Israelite. But I guess he's a Muslim Israelite. I don't know.
But the idea is that the word Israelite can be synonymous for black.
Right, almost. Right. It doesn't mean your religion.
Yeah.
Judaism means a religion. Jewish is a religion. And people need to know the distinction between Israelite and Jew and Judaism. They need to know the difference. Or they gonna stay confused with the whole situation?
Yeah,
yes,
we
Muslims
say
can be
Israelite.
Israelites.
We
Yes,
say
heathens
Israelite in the sense of
can be
more.
Israelites because they don't know. I mean, that's just what it is.
Yeah. We say Israelite like in the sense of a Negro or more or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
And somebody made a good point, and they said, well, okay, if these Jewish people are calling themselves Jews, I think it was JT said, well, where the rest of the tribes over there then? Where the rest of the tribes? How all them Jews? How Jews just is synonymous with Judah. All of them Judah? But they became, but then none of them are calling themselves Levi. Don't they got these little priests and shit? I mean, what the hell's going on? They done tricked the whole world, man, and got this man apologizing and sending money out of his pocket, and Nike didn't shut down his sponsorship. I mean, don't get me wrong, man. Look, the brother probably made 40, 50, 60, I don't know how much millions he'd have made, but shit, a couple million should be enough to make it to the rest of your goddamn life, man. Fuck. So it ain't like it's hurting his pocket. Fuck Nike. Yeah, we said I ain't never was into Nikes. I own one pair of Jordans in my life. That was it, man. I like the budget shop. To spend all that money on this shit, and I know it's made in China. God damn it! How much y'all paying? How much y'all paying them over there? Yeah, I'm a budget shop.
I ain't never had a pair of Jordans. I think I had. Yes, I did. I bought a pair of Jordans and I gave them to my nephew. I think I wore them one time. And that was just to fit them on. And I had, you know, I'm the type of guy, man, that I wear the same old stuff, man. You know, simple stuff. So a lot of stuff I had just sitting around. And one day my nephew wanted them, and I just said, "Here, man, you know, take them." And they were brand new. I never really wore Jordans and stuff like that.
But what year? Okay, what year were they? I gotta ask.
This might have been about 2 or 3 years ago. They were some Jumpman Jordans, but they still Jordan shit.
The reason I was asking that is because you know, as a side note, you know, if you own the first 3 pair of Nike Air Jordans ever put out on the market, then you are sitting on sneaker gold.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you know why? Because it was, a lot of people don't remember that it was Prince who designed the first 3 ever introduced Nike Air Jordans when Michael Jordan didn't have the money. It was Prince who financed the whole launching of the Nike Air Jordan as we know them today, but he designed the first 3.
You talking about the fingerprints?
Hey, you brothers. To be aware is to be alive, man. Right?
Yeah.
So we got a sister that's on the panel. We got Sister Nandy from SV. She's a outspoken queen. You know what I'm saying? And also she's also a debater from SVDL. You probably can see some of her old debates over there. Shalom, Queen. Welcome to the panel.
Welcome.
What's good, everybody?
How you feel?
I'm good. I wanted to bring a few pointers. Let me say.
Oh, before you do that, Sister Nandy, do you feel that you beat me in our hollership match the other day?
I think we even.
Right. Let's go, Queen.
That's why I said they need to let us just be ourselves. That's what brings the spunk. You know, I see the YouTube streets dead because they too busy trying to keep people in, you know, put us in boxes where we can't do us. Who we are is what is creative, whether it's you, Sister Kareem, or whatever. We're going to bump heads sometimes. That's what sisters and brothers do. But as long as we can pan it out, I think everybody need to keep their hands out the pot. I came up here to talk about the Kyrie and Kanye situation. Right. Let me say this. To my bros, I understand y'all points. I really do. But let me tell you the manipulating tactics that they're using. When you look at a brother like Kyrie, well, let's just say Kyrie because he's not a brother. As when they reference him, he's an American that was born in Australia and have German parents. So when you got these people that look like us that come in and play pretend, and the only issues that they're having, because there's a lot of things behind the scenes with their contractual agreements. See, you can't be married to people that worship the Jewish culture and come out and talk anti-Semitic fuckery. And that's exactly what they're doing. Kanye's wife follows Jewish culture. She's Armenian, however you want to talk about it. And when you look at not only Kyrie, but his wife, past backgrounds and ethnics of lineage from those particular people, Syria and stuff like that. So another thing.
That's a good jewel you just dropped on us, Sister Nandy.
Hey, before you go forth, Sister Nandy, I want you to know that, like the Ray J and the porn and all of that stuff that you say they follow Jewish culture. I want you to say that the stuff that they do in the porn and the Ray J and all of that stuff, that's the stuff that's their culture. And I'm saying that they don't really follow Jewish culture. The stuff that they do is nowhere near part of Jewish culture, and that's what we was talking about earlier.
No. You confusing her though, but we are not Jewish.
Yeah, wait a minute, he ain't confusing me. Let me talk, JJ, because that's what I would get to. That's what I would get to.
Even Jewish culture, that's not Jewish culture. What they do.
Gotcha, but you got to stop saying Jewish. That's what even for the audience.
Even that, because I know what that is.
We're Israelites. We are not Jewish.
Okay, let her finish.
I came up here to talk about that. Let me tell you something. I studied the Hebrew culture. I was die hard with the Sabbath and all of that. That's why I just be laughing at these people, because the languages and things that we are using today was not even in existence, as well as the oral traditions has been tainted. There's no such thing as what y'all consider to be Hebrews or Israelites, because this wasn't our language. We went according to our tribe. And our tribes culturally, hold on a second, let me finish, culturally formatted their ways of living. And a lot of things that was orally handed down to those that traditionally truly follow the culture of the Levants, of the Hyksos, because we can get deep now, even about the wars that they had when they took over Egypt, that y'all claim was not their original land. So we're not going to mix Judaism and the original Hyksos or Levants, or we can go back to different tribes that originated long before them. Let's remember the lineage of Judaism comes from what you call the Hebrew culture. So we're not going to play this game. The Hebrew culture, as y'all call it, or Israelites, because that's what their names was converted to. They didn't agree with that, but that's what their names was converted to by the enemy. So when you look at that, and they're trying to explain their lineage and where they come from and the oral traditions that could not possibly be documented, because when they were fighting, a lot of those people kept silent. The people that really had the traditions never even spoke about it. It was handed down generationally to certain people. So whatever you got written and tried to make it seem like Judaism and the cultures of what you consider to be those tribes was mixed, that's a lie. They were separated. The conversion and the wars is what caused them to reunite, supposedly. Now you got Hebrews and Israelites, which is totally different. Because Hebrews follow the Torah, Israelites follow Christianity, formations of Judaism. So you still got to break down even the terms of Hebrew and Israelite when you referencing certain tribes. Why do you think ISUPK is totally different from the teachings of the Lions Den? I'll go on mute.
Yeah, my point, I mean, all of that may or may not be so. That had nothing to do with why I said what I said. I was saying that whatever that is considered this Jewish culture, whatever it is, whether it's Hyksos, whether it's whatever you talking about, I'm saying that they're not practicing that. Extortion, slavery, and I'm talking about the kind of enslavement that they doing right now today. You know what I'm saying? Not the biblical slavery, not the slavery even going back 500 years ago. Okay. And whatever they doing right now, all the stuff that they're doing right now, none of that stuff reflects Jewish culture by any stretch.
All right, let me go. I mean, I express it differently. Me personally, we are not Jewish. So we cannot call it our culture. Now they don't reflect to me. Let me rephrase how I would say it, bro. Come on, bro?
According to their Jewish culture, they're not following it. That's what I'm saying, and I meant it the way I said it.
I'm gonna mean it how I will say it, how I'm going to say it. For people who are listening to me, the Jewish culture do not reflect the culture of Israelites. Jewish is not Jewish. Does not represent the 12 tribes of Israel, the Israelites. Jewish is some kind of 13th morph tribe bullshit that they made up. That's what Jewish is to me. Ish. Blackish. They got shows called Blackish. Ish. People, y'all need to look at the words that they use, man. So I'm not going to use the words Jewish culture. I'm going to say Israelite culture. And I'm not trying to come down on anybody, but that's how I'm expressing it to the people that
I didn't
listen.
say Israelite culture because in speaking to them, I was not talking about us. So I was talking about them and their culture, their Talmuds, their Mishnahs, what their culture. That's what I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
And however way the best way that I can say that in your mind is use the word Jewish. So I meant what I said.
Yeah, their Jewish culture does not represent Israelites. That's what I meant, what I said. Let's go to the next video.
Okay, you want me to put it on now?
Oh, you have the Negroes, the Hebrews. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can cut this nonsense. Yeah. Let's see what the uproar. Hey, Yasha, you cool with that?
Oh man, I told you I know Ron. That's my man.
Sister Natty, everybody welcome. Okay, now I don't think he would flag us for showing this video. This is number one on Amazon. The sister paid for this video. Y'all can go out and get it. I think it's about $50 before taxes or whatever. I think it's worth the price of admission. Very educational tool. So let's see. Oh, there go JT, the camp killer in the building. What up, Aki?
I would just like to. I would like to stay on, but I just want to sit back and take notes. I don't mind.
Hey, take notes. Jump in when you want to stop the video. Everybody welcome to do that here. Because it's about to, it's about to go down.
You want to put on? You want to put on your fair use thing and let me know if you want me to pause it or anything like that.
Yeah, yeah. Kareem will do all that. The fair use. Now look at this. This is how powerful this is, right? I've been telling my cousin. I said, bro, we Israelites since 2013. And he been kind of listening, but he ain't really listen. You know what he texted me yesterday? He said, hey man, where can I find that Hebrews the Negroes movie? I'm like, oh, okay, now you want to listen. You see? Now you want to listen. But yeah, I got you. So soon as we start this up, I gotta call him and let him know. Come on up in here and learn. So
all right,
yeah.
Let me know if you can hear it. Do you want to put it full screen?
Yeah, we got to do full screen, sis.
Okay. You want to press play now?
Yeah.
No.
Work with my technical team, Karima. I'm gonna sit far back.
I'm gonna tell you when to go. Okay, go ahead.
Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah,
Where did Cain and Esau seed go? And who were the Horites? Have these nations infiltrated the mighty kingdoms of old? Who are the children of the wicked one? The great masqueraders, a hidden people to torment mankind and the Israelites. We must understand their ancient past. The books have been opened. Come out of her, my people. It's time for the truth. A lie cannot live forever. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. Hebrews to Negroes and the Negro Network presents The End is Here Movie Workshop. For more information, go to www.HebrewToNegrosMovie.com or www.thenegronetwork.com. Rebirth of a nation, Hebrew Kingdom movie.
Yourself, man. I know it can be pretty popular, but you know, some people are not familiar with you.
My name is Akwete Basalama. Some people know me as Rabbi Akwete Ama. We are on the set of Reclaiming the Throne. We're taking what belongs to us.
Yes, yes.
So Da, which is slave, and Omi, which is home, tells us that Dahomey, when we got to Lokoja, after crossing the Benue River, we divided ourselves into three groups. One group went to Ile-Ife, Gomosho, and Boni. Those who went to Ile-Ife went by the name Gakwo, Gakmashi, and then La, Boni. Gakwo means that we are the Gagans. See those pictographs, what we call here, those symbols still used in the fishing tribe. When you look at the customs and traditions of the Gadanges in Ghana, you will notice that we will keep in the customs, many of the customs that you read about in the Torah. We are not errors in Exodus story for Israel. We call this feast Opechojo. When you come to the Gadange celebrates a feast called Omowo. Omowo is actually the Passover now.
Okay. Introduce yourself. Yeah, you with the Truth is Unpopular shirt. You're on the set of Reclaiming the Throne.
Shalom, people. You know how we do all day, every day, representing Hebrew Nation Building. I'm with my man, Rabbi Kutek, I'm all day, every day, representing Hebrew life, all day, every day. So we do it again. Shalom, shalom.
And this is one of the filmers. He's one of the filmers for that's filming Reclaiming the Throne. Hebrew Nation Building. You guys heard of them. Hebrew Nation Building.
All praises to the Most High, yeah. All right. Stay ready. Stay ready.
Everybody needs the conscience of man. While the truth about our ancestors' homeland, knowledge we was had before the days we were captive. And for us people that rose the slavery to a foreign master, they did the best to break us, scatter us like a rapist, control us like a dictator, divide us and decay us. But the covenant is with us, our religion is sacred. Jacob was the dream, we his children come to wake up. Let's rip the soul, if we broke, pull this up.
Y'all hit that like, share, and subscribe button, man. This information need to get out there. Y'all take notes. We're gonna see what is the anti-Semitism of this information. Point it out to me if I miss it, or I point it out to y'all if I see it. You see, because they're making a big deal about this. They don't want it to get out here.
Okay, I paused it so you can talk. Let me know when.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Keep it coming. All right.
Okay.
All right. Our experts warn us about the possibility of this phenomenon occurring. They say that the mind has a strong drive to correct and recorrect itself. No, I can read it while it's fun. Recorrect itself over a period of time. It could touch some substantial original historical base. And they advise us that the best way to deal with this phenomenon is to shave off the brute mental, and they got to keep it going, sis. All right. Mental history and create a multiplicity of phenomena illustration. When Willie Lynch speaks, Nikki 12 in Virginia.
Remember when I was a little boy, I used to see all these Saturdays. And so I asked my mom, Mama, who are those white people walking around with black hats, black suits, beards, and long sideburns? And she said to me, Ronald, those are the Jews of the Bible. And so I asked her, who are we? And she said to me, we are the Gentiles. I never understood what a Gentile was or who black people were in the Bible until 2011. This is when the Most High showed me the truth, and the book Hebrews to Negroes was born.
Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He stooped down, he couched as a lion, and as an old lion. Who shall rouse him up?
The Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. The Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. Have mercy.
Hey, Sister Cream, is there any way you can move forever food icon so we can kind of read that? Sister Cream, is there any way we can remove that?
No, that's on her.
She can't remove it. She can't remove
I don't know how to take my name off of that. How do you do that?
I don't know.
Put a period. Just put a period there. Maybe it just be less.
Oh yeah, it's a period. Yep, that's a good one.
Okay, so I have to stop it and come out.
Right? I mean, I think it'd be worth it.
No, you can do it right now. You don't have to stop it.
I don't even think that would do anything.
Tap the buttons next to your mic. No, hold on. Type the buttons, the 3 buttons next to your mic, and change the name.
Okay, hold on. Oh, I see it. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna try it now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna try it now.
That's better. Hey, so far I don't see what the big complaint is, but what was the complaint? I don't see the. I mean, well, where's the anti-Semitism? I don't even know how they can throw that out. But I mean, what are they complaining about so far here? You know,
it's gonna be 3.5 hours.
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet then. I'm gonna be quiet. We're gonna let it play.
No, just let me know when you want me to pause.
No, if it's 3.5 hours, I didn't know it was that long. So let me be quiet. All this is really, really important.
God will take care of you. He is reigning God will take care of you. God will take care of you through every day, all the way. He will take care of you.
All races and religions, free to worship as they please. This too is America.
Down in my heart, oh, deep within, oh, deep down in my heart, deep down in my heart. I got the love of Jesus. I got the love of Jesus. I got the love of Jesus. I got the love of Jesus in my heart. I got the love of Jesus deep in my heart. I got the love of Jesus. I got the love of Jesus. I got the love of Jesus deep down in my heart.
My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me. Seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy God, I will also forget thy children.
For most Black Americans, religion has been instilled to us by our parents and the Black church. In addition, our history has been told to us by white America. In Africa, the Baptist people's true history has been clouded by European Jewish colonialism and Arab colonialism, all thanks to the slave trades. This is why we see half of Africa as belonging to Islam and the other half to the Roman Catholic Church. But what was our true heritage and way of life before foreigners invaded Africa? What was our language? What was our name? What was our traditions, customs, and what name did we ascribe to God, the creator of the universe? In Africa, many of our long-lost brothers separated us from slavery pray to Allah 5 times a day, or they pray to a white Jesus. However, for centuries, we have been tricked. We have upheld different religions with no questions asked while missing the truth. Truth has been the missing ingredient all this time for us Blacks in America. Now, it's a known fact that Black people are naturally spiritual people, so it is no surprise that we look to our pastor for guidance. But we never seem to wonder why for centuries we have been praying to the same Jesus every other nation prays to, but it seems as though our prayers are not being answered. It seems that no matter how many times a day we pray to Allah or pray to a white Jesus, that our condition has not changed. Other nations continue to oppress, manipulate, take advantage of, and rise above us on every level. What is interesting, however, is that in the 21st century, we are seeing a massive awakening of self. Black people are reading their Bibles, and Deuteronomy 28 has turned on the light bulb of interest into searching for our true identity as it pertains to the Bible. After all, biblically, we should all descend from one of Noah's 3 sons. But our identity has been either Gentiles, Canaanites, Negroes, or African Americans. But here's the problem. The word Negro or African American doesn't tell us nothing about our heritage. And as we can see today on the streets, in certain churches, and on social media, Black people are now finding out that they are the real lost children of Israel. In turn, they are realizing the Sephardic, Ashkenazi, and Mizrahi Jews in Israel are just religious converts with no biblical blood connection to the ancient 12 tribes of Israel. So why have we been deceived for so long? Why hasn't the Black church for decades been aware of who we are according to biblical history? Well, for almost 400 years, we have been teaching the message that what has been passed down to us from the slave plantation religious minister was truth. Using one literate religious Negro, a specific message can be pounded into the minds of Negro Christians or different denominations generation after generation. This message, which has been altered and manipulated for a specific agenda, becomes the standard of truth for the Black Christian world. And here we are today in the 21st century. So it's no wonder why in Sunday school, as Black children growing up, we were coloring images of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Joshua, King David, King Solomon, and Jesus with a white crayon. It's no wonder why the Black Christian Church and the Roman Catholic Church has been blessing the wrong chosen people of God and oppressing the real Israelites.
The Jews have established 5 major falsehoods in this work to conceal their nature and protect the status of power. These are Israelites and thus God's chosen people. Jesus Christ was a Jew. The civilian Jews were killed in the Holocaust during World War II. That all races are equal and that all brothers and started back up. This other religious group. Can y'all hear me reading over the music? If so, I can just read it over the music. Don't have to keep stopping.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to consider our own particular character and mode of life so to be allowed to continue our existence as a parasite among the nations. That's the Ashkenazi Jew. Stop it there.
So who is the blame? Is it the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Edomites, the Jewish Pharisees of old, or anyone of European descent? Is it partly our fault? Well, the seed of Edom, the seed of Cain, the synagogue of Satan, and Lucifer himself are the major confederate that has been against us for a very long time. Well, the time has come where God is waking up his lost sheep of Israel. We are possibly seeing an era where the time of the Gentiles is being fulfilled. Now, the word fulfilled in the dictionary means come to an end. This is also the time where the natural branch of Israel is gearing up to take back its rightful position.
Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He stooped down, he couched as a lion, as an old lion. Who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the Lord give up in between his feet, until Shiloh come. And unto him shall the gathering of the people be.
So to understand the history of the Hebrew Israelites, we have to go back to Abraham. And when we talk about Abraham, we can't ignore the descendants of Cush and also the descendants of Shem.
And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mizraim, and Phut, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Sabta, and Reamah, and Sabtik. And the sons of Reamah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begat Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Asher, and builded Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Calneh, a reason between Nineveh and Calneh, the same as a great city. Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth the elder, even to him were children born. The children of Shem, Elam, and Asher, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram.
According to extra-biblical reports of ancient scholars, what was the overall census of the skin complexion of the sons of Noah? Has the Roman Catholic Church and modern Judaism been lying to us all this time about the true ethnic origin and skin color of the major players of Noah's family tree in the Bible?
The impeccable Hebrew source is the Perk Del Rabbi Elzer, who classified the entire Semitic people as black. Tim, stop there, please. Stop there. Please stop. Am I on mute? Stop, sister.
She can't hear you when the thing's going, so that ain't a good idea because some things she can't hear. So
can you back
go
up
back
a little?
Just a little bit. Okay.
That's okay. It was going too fast for me to read, but yeah, we need to read that.
Okay, you want me to rewind it and pause it?
Say classified at blacks as Semitic. Yeah, are y'all catching the lingo? So how are these people calling Kyrie anti-Semitic? But can you go back just a little? Yeah, just a little bit.
Bible.
Okay,
right there. Stop right there.
Stop. You want to stop right there?
Yes, ma'am.
Stop. Now go to the top. Let it go all the way to the top. Right there.
All right. Now I can't see that part at the top, but okay, there we go. And an impeccable Hebrew Jewish source is the Perk D. Rabbi Elazar, who classed the entire Semitic, remember I was saying this? Semitic people as black. Stop the press right there. Now, Max Kellerman, Adam Silverman, all you Goldbergs, and all you people who saying that we're anti-Semitic, one of your own, an impeccable Hebrew, he called himself Hebrew, source is the Perk D. Rabbi Elazar, who classified the entire Semitic people as black. Where did y'all miss this part? Shem is especially blessed, black and beautiful. Ham was black like the raven, and Japhat was blessed white all over. This is what your people are saying. How about Ahmad Balal Mastuf al-Timbati? Full name, Abu al-Abdas Idin Ahmad al-Takuri al-Masruf al-Tabuki, October 26, 1556 to 1627. Right there in your face. You don't freeze frame it. There you go. See it? There you go. Remember it. Take a picture, write it down. We don't want to hear it no more.
In regards to the foundation of all the three Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, is the common notion to believe that Abraham and his wife Sarah were white-skinned, straight-haired individuals living in what is now called South Iraq. Despite what the Bible says, the false teaching that the sons of Abraham, the Ishmaelite Arabs, Isaac, Jacob, and the Israelites were light-skinned people, or what others may say olive-skinned, still holds strong to this day. So what exactly was the skin color or ethnicity of the forefathers of Terah and Abraham? To find this out, we need to travel up on the family tree to Shem and his descendants, meaning Arphaxad, Aram, Ashur, Elam, and Lud. Shem's 5 sons populated ancient Mesopotamia and parts of Asia Minor. Arphaxad in particular was a lot of the territory of modern-day Iraq, which in ancient times was the Sumerian land of Ur, where Terah, Abraham, and his family lived before traveling to the land of Canaan. In Genesis 24, Abraham makes his servant swear an oath by putting his hand underneath Abraham's thigh, not to let his sons marry the daughters of the Canaanites. This tradition, called the Yered Oath, by touching the thigh or foot of a master, was said to be common in 11th century AD in India. In India, the Hindu creator god Brahma had a daughter and half-sister for his wife named Saraswati. Now this sounds like similar stories in comparison to Abraham and Sarah in the Bible, doesn't it?
And Abraham said, because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. And she became my wife.
Now, what most people don't realize is that the answer to Abraham's ethnicity can be found in the sons of Cush and the Dravidian people of India, Sri Lanka, and South Asia.
And Terah lived 70 years and begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begat Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees.
Everybody, whoever just joined.
In ancient history, before the word Iraq existed, ancient Mesopotamia was inhabited by the Sumerians, which Sargon the Great referred to as Sa-Gig-Ga, or the black-headed peoples. The cities of Mesopotamia were Babel, Erech, Akkad, Calneh, and Nineveh, in the land of Shinar. The language spoken by the Sumerians in the land of Ur in Iraq was cuneiform Sanskrit, similar to the cuneiform Sanskrit writing styles seen today in the Dravidian language, Telugu, Kannada, Tamil, and Malayalam. But how can this be? Isn't Arabic closer to Abraham's language? Are the people of Iraq today, the Chaldean Christian Iraqis and Muslim Iraqis, the descendants of Abraham? In all actuality, the answer is no. Before Arabic, Aramaic, and Paleo-Hebrew, cuneiform script was being used in the land of Ur, the land of Terah, Abraham's father. Cuneiform Sanskrit today is the parent of all the languages in India, especially the Indian Dravidian language Tamil. It most resembles the ancient language spoken during Abraham's time in the land of Ur or modern-day Iraq. So if today's Dravidian and Indian are connected to the Semitic peoples of Mesopotamia in the Bible, where does Abraham come into play and his future seed, the children of Israel? What is their connection to Cush? And remember, in the book of Genesis chapter 10, the beginning cities, Babel and Uruk of Iraq, were built by Nimrod, the son of Cush. Well, let's take a look at the language of the Dravidian Indians in comparison to Hebrew and the ancient Semitic, Sumerian, Akkadian, Proto-Babylonian, Assyrian language of Mesopotamia at the time. Then we need to look into the bloodline of Cush, its influence in Mesopotamia, and its connection to India. Then we can conclude that the early Hebrew forefathers, meaning Peleg, Ru, Serug, Nahor, Terah, and Abraham, were a mixture of Shem and a little bit of Cush. This is one of many pieces of evidence that can be used to prove that the 12 tribes of Israel were not white-skinned people.
And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people which shall be left from Assyria, and from Egypt, and from Pathros, and from Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar, and from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea. And he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth.
Now, the Dutch East Indian slave ship Merman, between the 1600s to the 1700s AD, was regularly transporting anywhere from 150 to 400 slaves annually from South India, Burma, and Bengal. The Dutch seized Portuguese settlements on the Malabar coast in India in the mid-1600s, and because of this, large number of slaves were sent to the Indian state of Kerala, to Batavia, which is in Java, Indonesia, Ceylon, which is Sri Lanka, or Elam, and the Cape in South Africa, and elsewhere to work on plantations. Many of these so-called East Indians were kidnapped by the Muslims and sold at the city called Cochin to the Dutch slaveholders. The Arab slave trade of the East African Bantu Israelites during the 8th century shipped slaves all across the Eastern Hemisphere, including Madagascar. By the 16th century AD, the Dutch, including other European countries, got involved with the capturing of slaves from East Africa, Madagascar, the Malabar coast, the Coromandel coast, Bengal, and Indonesia. And during the 18th century, a high number of slaves and indentured servants were taken from India and East Africa to do slave work in the Americas, the Caribbean, and South Africa, which was called the Cape. Now, does this hint to the curses of Israel? Now wait till you see some of the Hebrew influences in the language of these South Asian nations. The language of South India is Tamil and Malayalam, and the language of Sri Lanka is Tamil and Sinhalese. Is there proof that the people in India are the descendants of Abraham's Semitic ancestors that live in the land of Ur, Iraq? Well, thanks to scholars like Dr. K. Loganatha Mudarayan from Malaysia, the late Professor A. Kadasivam from Sri Lanka, and the Kish Temple in ancient Samaria, Iraq, we can now prove that the ancestors of the modern-day East Indian originally lived in Mesopotamia during biblical times. In a few, I will let the language of the ancient Sumerians in Iraq and the Dravidian people in South India reveal some striking truths in regards to the sons of Shem. Also, you will see how the mother tongue of the Mandingo Soninke tribe people in Senegal, Gambia, Mali, and Guinea shows evidence of influence from ancient Babylon, Assyria, the same place the Hebrew Israelites were exiled to in the Bible. It is also a known fact that the ancient writing script of the Mandingo Soninke Baptist people in the 11th century AD resembled the same Aramaic Hebrew script used in Iberia when the Black Moors and the Black Israelites ruled the land. But before we get started, let's get a first-hand account of where some of the Black Israelites lived in Africa and their place of origin by the Black Muslims in northern Nigeria. One of the largest culturally homogeneous group of Black Muslims is in Central West Africa with the Hausa people. There are many different histories of the origin of the Hausa Black Muslims, but the common consensus is that the Hausas originally started off with the North African Hamitic Berber lineage from Egypt, which is Mizraim in the Bible, and Libya, which is Put in the Bible. Over time, during the Assyrian invasion of Egypt in the 7th century BC and the invasion of Africa by the Black Ishmaelite Arabs in the 7th century AD, the Hausa people experienced a Semitic gene flow from Mesopotamia, which is also known as Iraq and Arabia. Today, the Hausa speak an Afro-Asiatic language which is related to Hebrew, Amharic, North African Hamitic dialects, and Somalian Egyptian dialects. The Hausa people mostly live in North Nigeria, Chad, and Niger. The majority religion now is Islam for the Hausa people, but prior to the 1500s, many houses were pagan worshippers who often dealt in sun god worship, which they call Ra or Rana, similar to the Egyptian sun god Ra. Because of their history of mixing with other nations, including their Bantus Negro slaves, genetically the Hausas have a mixture of Israelite, Canaanite, Cushite, Egyptian, and Semitic ancestry. According to their autosomal DNA, their genetic stock is mostly from ancient Egypt and ancient Kush or Nubia. Now here's where it gets very interesting. In 1849, the Biafran Igbo Israelites were conquered by the British. 3 years later, in 1852, the British conquered the Benin, Edo, Beni Israelites in South Nigeria. Between 1899 and 1903, the British, led by Sir Frederick Lugard in the Battle of Kano, were successful in defeating the Sokoto Caliphate and the Hausa people. After this, Sir Frederick Lugard held the title of the first Governor General of Nigeria, the last Governor of Southern Nigeria, the last Governor of Northern Nigeria, and the Governor also of Hong Kong in China. The British eventually placed the Hausa people in political power over Nigeria and the Biafran Igbo Israelites who strongly resisted British rule. This would become the catalyst for the Biafran War in the 1960s by the Hausa-dominated Nigerian government and Igbo Israelite Biafrans.
Hey, why they call them evil?
Now, before the British even conquered Nigeria,
I said, why would they call them evil?
I don't know.
But did y'all see they call them the evil Israelites?
I didn't see that. They did.
Oh, maybe. Hey, okay, we got a couple people on the panel real quick. Let me say something real quick, Queen. We got Yasha the Lion in the building. I'm glad you're here to watch the video. You know, everybody been looking forward to this. We got the young lion brother Tory. We got JT the killer. We got Michael Smith. Real quick, say something. We're gonna get back to it. This is a 3-hour video.
Hey, shalom, man.
Shalom and peace to everyone. Peace to all the Black people, the Israelites. And I just wanted to shout out to Sabak. You all know the brother for HOI, I believe that's his organization. I got a chance to meet him and to congregate in person at the Reparations rally in Washington, D.C. A lot of good brothers and brethren were there. It was a sea of Israelites and Black people in love, and it was beautiful. But I got a chance to interact, so the videos will be coming out. I wanted to share some things with Zabak. I got a chance to build with him off camera, but he wanted me to ask the Luke 24:46 question live in front of his camp. And it was a very impressive camp. It looked like it was 100 brothers standing strong, you know, for the word. But of course, you know, he has a so-called Messianic camp. So that was the issue that we're trying to bring to the forefront, because we're getting close, especially with the Kyrie and the Kanye. And this is the thing, we, just like with Kyrie and Kanye, we cannot be emotional about our feelings, how what one says makes us feel, but we have to determine if it's the truth. In our case, we have to determine whether or not it is in fact the words of Yah. And we should all be on agreement with that. And so that should be the standard. Now, as we come to the close, before World War III and before we go into the wilderness for final judgment, the false prophets and false teachers and agents will be revealed. And like, not me, but you guys are calling for the execution and destruction of these false prophets as per the scripture says. So today, as you know, I conversed with the camp, you know, the brother swore on his life that what he was saying was in fact the words of Yah. And we, like I advised him, we should be very careful when doing that, because that will definitely mark you as a false prophet. And so, like I said, the video will be coming out, and I think it's going to break the internet.
Unmute your mic, JJ.
My fault. I said, go ahead and I look forward to the video coming out, Michael Smith. All right, go ahead, Brother Tory. Introduce yourself, family.
Hey, shalom. My name is Brother Tory, and you know, I come by the Lion's Den sometimes, and I just want to say peace to everybody on the panel.
All right, appreciate it. You don't have to make no excuses for coming over here, man. This is home for everybody.
Yeah, I know.
Don't you let nobody tell you you can't go nowhere on any path.
Right.
All right, go ahead, Brother Corey Dawson, this stuff, family.
Oh, you say me? Oh, yeah.
Only Corey,
I thought you said the corn. Yeah, I thought you said the corn. That's yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just ready to look at this Hebrew to Negroes and just enjoy the panel and stuff like that. That's what I'm doing right now. You know what I'm saying? Just paying attention to everything. You know, scooping out the scene. You know, it's Corey TKO, aka Naga Killer.
Unmute your mic, JJ.
I just want to say this real quick. Shout out to Tahaka Bay. He was there representing. Didn't get a chance to link with the brother, but just want to say shalom and peace to all the black people. Everybody representing. They were looking nice. Everybody was looking fresh and very strong out there representing.
All right, Israel's in the building. I hope the reparations straighten out. All right, we're gonna go ahead and let man. Who is that right there with the trees?
That's her.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right, so that's everybody.
The Quan. Hi.
There you go. All right, Queen.
All right, Queen.
All right, I'm messing up.
Background. The Quan said something.
Hey, my virtual background is tripping out. Let me fix this, man. Go ahead, JT or somebody else. We're gonna start the movie back up.
Nah, yeah, I'm gonna fall back, man. Just put the movie on.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
There was a man named Muhammad Bello, an ancestor of the Hausa people in the Borno state, who was the second black Arab sultan of the North Nigerian Sokoto Caliphate in the early 1800s. Now, Muhammad Bello, he quoted in his records, "The Taurod and Taurod people, it is said, were originally Jews. Others said Christians, that they came from the land between two rivers, the Nile and the Euphrates, and established themselves next to the Jews who inhabited the island of Cape Verde." Now, this is also seen in our Bible in the book of Genesis, chapter 15, verses 18.
On the same day, the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, "Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates."
Now, Muhammad Bello also stated that the kingdom of Mali is an ancient and flourishing country and comprises two other provinces. One is Bambara, which contains rivers, woods, sands, and a gold mine, and is occupied by the Sudan, who are still infidels and possess great power. The other, on the west of it, is the Futa, which is inhabited by the Taurod and the Soninke, or foreigners. And what's interesting is that he also made another comment, stating that near to Bambara, there is the province of the Taurod and that of the Foot, which are extensive, inhabited by their own people and by those of Sarakale or Soninke, also called Ajal, meaning alien or foreigner. This region is known today as modern-day Senegal, Gambia, and Mauritania. Now, the Futa Torah was in the north, while the Futa Jalan was in the south, consisting of modern-day Guinea and Sierra Leone. Now, keep this in mind. The tribes that inhabited the Futa Turo and the Futa Jalan region in West Africa back then, their descendants can be seen today in the Tupelo tribe, the Wolof Serer tribe, the Iwa-Biwane Fulanis in Guinea, the Mandingo Soninke tribe, the Balanta tribe, and the Mende tribe. According to the Black Muslims in Central Africa and Mali, many Baptist tribes in the Futa regions were still following the Mosaic law as per Hebrew customs and not Islam. This is why they are listed in their books as infidels and foreigners. The Baptist Israelite slaves multiplied so much while they were in captivity to the Fulani people that they assimilated into the Black Arab Tuareg Fulani tribes in West Africa. Now, the Tuareg.
What? You want me to pause it?
Yeah. We'll start real quick. Hey, Karima, can you put it on the regular screen? Okay, yeah, it's still all right, man. Yeah, I got this virtual stuff ain't working out for me. But okay, but a lot of things that we have said about our people being in West Africa been rejected by the conscious community. You know, they always want to know what the sources, whether these people that don't say that. You see what I'm saying? And I just wanted to point that out because that was very important to say it. You know, but I'm not gonna keep interrupting the show. Because it's 3 hours, so I apologize. Go ahead. Please and thank you.
Press play.
Yes, ma'am.
Black Berber Muslims called them Bella, and the Masina Fulani people called them Remebi. Over time, the Fulani tribe and their Israelite Negro slaves assimilated into the North Senegal, South Mauritania region known as the Senegal River Valley or the Futa Turo. After many power struggle wars, many Israelite Mandingos migrated south to the Futa Turo region near Gambia and Guinea. Now, based on this knowledge, can we prove with Bible scriptures and the language that these Israelites Muhammad Bello wrote about were the descendants of the ancient Israelites scattered to Syria, Babylon, and Africa, where brown skin tones dominated? You be the judge.
The king of Assyria did carry away Israel into Assyria and put them in Halah and in Habor by the river of Gozan into the cities of the Medes. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, unto all that are carried away captives, who might cause to be carried away from Jerusalem to Babylon.
Now, Iraq is a country or land between the two rivers, the Nile and Euphrates River. In biblical times, it was known as Babylon. The country of Iran in biblical times was known as Medes Persia. So if some of the Israelites were exiled into Babylon and Medes Persia, is there a chance that they mixed languages with the people of these lands? Is there a chance that some of these Israelites kept moving east into Central Asia or India, fathering children with foreign women? Is there a chance that some of these Israelites also went into Africa instead of going east? As you will now see, the languages of the Dravidian Indian in South India, the ancient Sumerians, and the Mandingo Soninke people of West Africa seem to have some connection to the land between two rivers in Mesopotamia. Coincidence? I think not. So who are today's descendants of the sons of Shem that lived in ancient Mesopotamia? And here are two lines from the Babylonian Sumerian instructions of Shirapak from 2600 BC, which are found in modern-day Tel Farar in Iraq, aka the land of Ur, the Chaldees, and the Sumerians. Also included is the Tamil language version from South India of the same Sumerian Babylonian 5,000-year-old inscription. Now keep in mind, around 2600 BC, Shem and his sons were living in modern-day Syria, Iraq, and Iran. Shem is the ancestor of Abraham, the great-grandfather of the children of Israel. And here you will see the Indian Tamil script and its English letter equivalents for pronunciation. Now, if you look closely comparing the two languages of the Semitic Sumerians and the South Indian Tamil people, you can see the similarities. Often, the only difference in the scripts is the letter switch from P to B, or S to C, or E to I, or B to P. Now, this is not a coincidence. Need more proof? Let's see another example of the Tamil East Indian language in comparison to the Babylonian Shemitic Sumerian language. And here's another sample from the Sumerian Babylonian Kesh temple hymns from around 2200 BC. The hymns are attributed to Enhed Duana, the daughter of Sumerio Akkadian king Sargon the Great. Now, this very well proves that the dark-skinned Dravidian Indian people are the long-lost descendants of the ancient Semitic sons of Shem, Arphaxad, Ashur, Aram, Elam, and Lud. After all, Assyria in ancient times often overlapped the territory of Arphaxad, Ashur, Aram, and Elam. Proving that the original Shemites were a people of brown skin color like the Dravidian Indian also proves that Eber, Peleg, Terah, Abraham, Nahor, Haran, Isaac, Jacob, and the Hebrew Israelites of the Bible could not have been white Arabs or white Jews. What else does it prove? It proves that the original Hebrews, the sons of Eber, were not all Negroid-looking people with tight curled woolly hair, prognathous jaws, and full lips. Why? Because not everyone in South Asia looks identical to Negroes in America.
From beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my suppliants, even the daughter of my dispersed, shall bring mine offering.
According to the Bible, in ancient times, the Israelites dwelt in Egypt along the Nile, which is in the land of Ham or modern-day Africa. When the Israelites left Egypt, they were over 1 million strong, leaving as a mixed multitude with Moses and Joshua to the land of Canaan. But prior to the Exodus, many of the Israelite men had already took wives from Cush, which is Nubia and Egypt. This can be seen in the case of Zipporah, Moses' Cushite wife, and Asenath, Joseph's Egyptian wife. Zipporah would give wives to a Cushite Israelite Levitical priesthood line, while Asenath, the Egyptian, would give wives to the tribe of Ephraim and Manasseh. In the book of Zephaniah, chapter 3, Zephaniah talks about the glorious day of the Lord when the Gentile nations receive their punishment and the children of Israel are regathered. So where does Zephaniah describe as one of the places of this regathering? From beyond the Nile River in Africa. The Nile River extends south all the way to where Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, and the Congo is at, which is prime hotspots for the Bantus Israelites who endured persecution according to the curses of Israel. Now, prior to the Bantus Israelites making their way down the Nile River into different parts of Africa, the Israelites spent a lot of time in Egypt and Sudan. This can be proven by researching the oral history of the Bantus, Kikuyu, the Kamba, the Kisi, Aluya, Sukuma, Ewe, Yoruba, and Igbo people, and also the Tutsi Jews. But what caused the Bantus people to leave Egypt and Sudan once they had already escaped captivity in Israel? The rise of Islam with the Black Arab invasion into Northeast Africa and the Arab slave trade. Now, can we prove outside of the Bible that the Bantus Negroes lived in Israel during biblical times, eventually finding their way into Africa during the Assyrian siege, the Babylonian siege, and the Roman siege? This can be proven scientifically with archaeology combined with DNA testing. The British archaeologists Dorothy Annie Elizabeth Garrett worked on excavations at Mount Carmel in Palestine, demonstrating ancient skeletal fossil remains in the caves of Tabun, El-Wad, Shubba, and the Kabar. The Shubba cave was located on the northern bank of Wadi and Natuf, which is located in modern-day Palestinian West Bank territory in Israel. There was no name for the people these skeletal remains belonged to, so they named these people the Natufians, named after Wadi and Natuf. Dorothy Garner's work would not be in vain. In 2016, a genetic study was done on the migration of a select people from Northeast Africa into Israel, who brought pastoralism and farming. This was dated to BC biblical times. The study was called The Genetic Structure of the World's First Farmers by Cold Spring Harbor Laboratories Bio-RXIV, spearheaded by Dr. Yosef Lazaridis in the Department of Genetics, Harvard University. Data was obtained from Dorothy Garrett's Natufian skeletons found inside the caves in Israel dating back to BC times. These skeletons revealed the presence of the Y DNA of the Alora tribe, the Dogon tribe in Mali, Native American Indians, Australian Aborigines, the Dravidian Indian, the Black Arab Bedouins, the Pacific Islanders, Somalians, the Habesha people in Ethiopia, and the so-called Bartus Negro in Israel. Now, according to Israeli archaeologist Dr. Ofer Bar Yosef, British American biological forensic anthropologist Dr. John Lawrence Angel, and others, the Natufian skeletal finds exhibited Negroid traits, such as Ethiopic and Bushmanoid traits. The skull shape, the nose, the teeth, the prognathism of the jaw, and DNA markers found in the ancient skulls in Israel prove the ancient people living in Israel during biblical times were not a race of white Jews or white Arabs. Now, French bioanthropologist archaeologist Dr. Fanny Beauquentin, British American bioanthropologist Dr. John Lawrence Angel, and American biopaleoanthropologist Dr. Charles Lloyd Brace all revealed in their Natufian research that the sub-Saharan Niger, Congo, Bantus African populations have a clear link to the BC Natufian people in Israel. The Natufian people supposedly brought pastoral living and farming to Israel, not new hunter-gatherer practices. But this account is nothing new in comparing the knowledge to the biblical accounts of the Canaanites and the Israelites.
These men are peaceable with us, therefore let them dwell on the land and trade therein. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters. Only herein will the men consent unto us for to dwell with us, to be one people, if every male among us be circumcised as they are circumcised. Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours?
Now Shechem was the Canaanite city mentioned in the Canaanite Amarna letters to the Egyptian pharaoh after the Exodus, and is mentioned in the Hebrew Bible as an Israelite city of the tribe of Manasseh and the first capital of the Kingdom of Israel. Now, geneticist Dr. Peter A. Underhill from Stanford University also admitted in his research that the sub-Saharan genetic lineage is affiliated with the Y-DNA EP2 migrated through Egypt into Israel, the Middle East, and as far north as Turkey, the very place many of the letters or epistles of Paul in our New Testament were sent to. The Y-DNA EP2, according to geneticists, arose in the Horn of Africa, or what some would consider Northeast Africa. The Y-DNA EP2 will give rise to the Y-DNA EM2, aka E1B1A, which is found in the sub-Saharan Negro, and also EM329, which is associated with
put it on full screen.
Of the Amhara people, the Eritrean people, and the Tigrayan people, or what they will call today the Habesha people.
We need it on full screen. Somebody. Ladies, Karima, Forever Food, somebody. All right, let it play.
Press play. JJ, press play. Oh my God.
Yeah, because I mean, I wanted it on full screen. I got small screen, so I don't know what's going on. Where's this?
So what does all this DNA stuff really mean? Well, if the DNA of the so-called Bantus Negro is different than that of other ethnicities and tribes in Africa, then who are they? The Bantus people's customs are Hebraic, and their language, as you will see later, is influenced by the Hebrew language and the Egyptian
We
language.
need it on full screen.
Also, their oral history points back to Israel. So if it is scientifically proven that the EP2, the EM2, and the E1B1A DNA originated in Northeast Africa, later appearing in Israel.
You want me to pause it?
No, it should be back. Just keep it going because it's a 3-hour movie. Right? We got somebody here named King Judah. Go ahead, brother.
No, that's me, JJ. That's just my other profile.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Karima must have fell off. I don't know what's going on. She's been having a problem getting back home. So we got to watch the small screen now until she get back. Go ahead, Forever Food.
You want me to play it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It proves that the Bantus Negro people are the biblical Hebrew Israelites. Now remember, the children of Israel became a nation of people while they were living for centuries in Egypt and Nubia, which is Northeast Africa. What is even more striking is that the maternal DNA of the Bantus Negro and its downstream branches can be seen all throughout the world in different ethnicities that claim Israelite heritage. And why is this important? Well, the maternal DNA passed from every mother to child is not influenced by who that woman marries to produce a seed, or if that seed was born out of rape from captivity. This means that no matter where the ancient Israelite woman went, no matter if she birthed a child with an Israelite man or Semitic or Hamitic or Japhetic man, her maternal DNA would track the migration route of the Hebrew tribes. After all, the Hebrew Israelite man, woman, and child were scattered to the four corners of the earth, never to return as a reunited nation until the Messiah is coming. Now the big question everyone wants to know is if the early Hebrews were a people mixed with Hamitic and Shemitic blood. The definition of a people with Hamitic-Shemitic root is called Afro-Asiatic. This excludes the children of Japhet or the white nations of Europe, Asia Minor, and Central Asia. So what we can prove that the ancient Hebrews, such as Terah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, were Afro-Asiatic people. Now, this would crush the myth or worldwide belief that Abraham, Moses, the children of Israel, and even Jesus Christ were straight-haired, white-skinned people. To prove this, let's start with the Book of Jubilees, which is canon with the Ethiopian Orthodox Church and the Beta Israel Ethiopian Jews. The Book of Jubilees, known as the Lesser Genesis, was found written in ancient Hebrew in the 2,400-year-old Dead Sea Scrolls found in Qumran, Israel in 1947. When the Book of Jubilees in ancient Hebrew was compared to the Ethiopic Book of Jubilees, it was considered word for word a perfect match. Now in the Book of Jubilees, chapter 8, verses 7 through 9, it reads, "And she bare him a son in the 5th year thereof, and he called his name Eber. And he took unto himself a wife, and her name was Azured, the daughter of Nimrod. In the 32nd Jubilee, in the 7th week, in the 3rd year thereof. And in the 6th year thereof, she bare him a son, and he called his name Peleg. For in the days when he was born, the children of Noah began to divide the earth amongst themselves. For this reason, he called his name Peleg, and they divided it secretly amongst themselves, and they told it to Noah. So here we see Eber taking the daughter of Nimrod, a Kishite woman, to be his wife. Knowing that Eber was a descendant of Arphaxad, whose land was ancient Babylon or Samaria, and Azured was a Nubian Cushite woman, what would this possibly look like today? Now note, Peleg was Abraham's great-great-great-grandfather. And Abraham was the grandfather of Jacob, the father of the children of Israel. From the Hebrew Strong's number 5680, the word Ebri, and the Hebrew Strong's number 5677, Eber, do we get the foundation for the word Hebrew. For example, in the Bible, Abraham recognized that there was, is, and will be but one Elohim, the creator of heaven and earth. Abraham was not caught up in polytheism and pagan worship like his father Terah. Instead, he dedicated his whole life to spreading the knowledge of God. Abraham was known in the Bible as Ha-Ibri, or the Hebrew, which also means the one on the other side, or to cross over. And what did Abraham cross over from? Was it the Euphrates Tigris River? In those days, all the world was on one side worshiping pagan gods, and Abraham was alone on the other side, worshiping the one true creator of all things, who was called Yahuwah or Yahuwah by the early children of Israel. Now, for those who still have doubt, take this amazing fact into consideration. Joshua, an ancient Israelite from the tribe of Ephraim, quoted from the book of Jasher, a book all European Jews today are familiar with. Now, Joshua was the one that led the children of Israel into the land of Canaan. So if Joshua mentioned the book of Jasher in the Bible, wouldn't it be considered a reliable source of ancient Hebrew history?
And David lamented with this lamentation over Saul and over Jonathan his son. Also he bade them teach the children of Judah the use of the bow. Behold, it is written in the book of Jasher. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher?
So now that you have read this quote from the book of Joshua, now read what is in the book of Jasher. Now, in the book of Jasher, in chapter 7, verses 49 to 51, it reads, And Terah, the son of Nahor, prince of Nimrod's host, was in those days very great in the sight of the king and his subjects. And the king and the princes loved him, and they elevated him very high. And Terah took a wife, and her name was Amthello, the daughter of Cornebo, a Cushite priest. And the wife of Terah conceived and bare him a son in those days. So who was the son that was born to Terah and a Cushite woman? Now this son was Abraham. But how can we be so sure Terah's wife was a Cushite Nubian woman? Well, the Bible tells us that the family of Nimrod, the son of Cush, ruled over the land of Ur, which is Babylon, Iraq, when Terah's family called this place home.
And Cush begat Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Therefore it is said, even as Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar.
Now the scriptures say that Terah was 7 years old when he bore Abraham. In those times he was a prince to the king Nimrod, who raised him in those days and dignified him above all the princes that were with him. So let's backtrack again so we can understand the true ethnicity of the forefathers of Jacob and the children of Israel. Now, if Nimrod's Cushite family ruled the land of Ur, of Terah's nativity in the Bible, and Terah held a high position as prince in the Cushite royal family with Nimrod, we should assume that his wife Amthello, the daughter of priest Cornebo, was most likely of Cushite stock. This Cushite woman, Amthello, and the Hebrew man Terah will give birth to Abraham. This will make Abraham an Afro-Asiatic brown-skinned man, not a white-skinned European-looking man like today's white Jews. So is there any archaeological or DNA proof to back this up? Well, there sure is. Now, the maternal DNA of the Bantus West Africans, Bantus South Africans, Bantus East Africans, including Ethiopians, Ethiopian Jews, Dravidian Indians in South India, and Black Pacific Islanders can all be found to be related to one another.
So that would include Kyrie. You know, somebody said he was
in the Bet Alpha Synagogue, in the Bet Alpha Synagogue National Park near Bet Shean, Israel, it shows a mosaic from over 1,500 years ago, which depicts Abraham and Sarah with dark brown skin and afros. But don't take my word for it. The first century Roman historian Cornelius Tacitus, who lived in the 1st century AD, had these thoughts on the Hebrews. In his literary work, Histories 5.2 to 5, he writes about the Hebrews. Many again say that they are a race of Ethiopian origin, while other translations read, many assert that the Hebrews are a race of Ethiopian origins. Now, if the early Hebrews were a race of Ethiopian origin, they must have been black to look upon, as the meaning of the word Ethiopian can be linked to the Greek word meaning burnt faces or dark skin tones. Now, these characteristics and skin complexion in ancient times were only attributed to a people living in Africa and all the way across the Arabian Sea to India and Asia. Now, there was a Greek historian named Ephorus who lived during 400 BC who quoted, The Eastern Ethiopians, for two nations of this name served in, the Ethiopians were considered as occupying all the south coast of both Asia and Africa. And he added that this is an ancient opinion of the Greeks. Now, the Greek historian Herodotus, who lived during 490 BC, he quoted that the Eastern Ethiopians, for two nations of the same name, served in the army, were marshaled with the Indians. They differed in nothing from the other Ethiopians, save in their language and the character of their hair. For the Eastern Ethiopians have straight hair, while they of Libya or Africa are more woolly haired than any other people in the world. Now take this into consideration. As early as the 12th century AD, mention is made of the black Jews in southern India and the native black Semitic people they lived amongst in exile. The Gentile Jewish traveler from Spain, Benjamin of Tudela, speaking of Kolam on the Malabar coast, writes in his itinerary, throughout the island, including all the towns thereof, live several thousand Israelites. The inhabitants are all black, and the Jews also. Now, these people later became known as the Black Malabar Jews in Kerala, India, and later the Gentile Sephardic Jews around the time of the 15th century AD would mysteriously find their way to India, where these Sephardic immigrants would be known as the Paradesi white Jews. Now, the descendants of the Black Malabar or Cochin Jews had their DNA analyzed. The 2009 DNA report confirmed that the Ethiopian Jews of Beta Israel and the Indian Jews of Benai Israel and Cochin have similarities in their DNA. Now, one chronicle in India tells how a group of Jews descended from the Assyrian exile of the 10 northern tribes made their way to Calicut, Kerala by way of Arabia, Yemen. And a Malayalam Jewish song from Kerala, India suggests that the Jews of the ancient town of Pellora may have come from Yemen. It is a known fact that many of the dialects of Malayalam in South India have traces of Assyrian, Aramaic, and Hebrew influences. Now, in regards to the Greeks were classified as Black Ethiopians and Black Egyptians under the term Ethiops, Nubian, and Niger, simply because these names were associated with dark-skinned people. English archaeologist Sir Godfrey Higgins, who lived in the 1700s, would write the following about the Ethiopians. According to many ancient testimonies, the inhabitants of Sudan, Egypt, Arabia, Palestine, Western Asia, and India were Ethiopians, therefore Africans. Back in that era, there were two lands called Ethiopia. One on the east of...
Is Yasha? No, I'm just telling Yasha, we were just talking about Sir Godfrey Higgins the other day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Play it?
Yeah, keep playing, Queen. Go ahead. Thank you.
The Red Sea and the other on the west of it. And a very great nation of blacks from India did rule almost all over Asia in a very remote era. In fact, beyond the reach of history of any of our records. Now, Strabo was a Greek historian who lived around 63 BC and he died around 24 AD. And he spent most of his travels in Kush and in Egypt. Now, he stated that the whole of India is traversed by rivers. As for the people of India, those in the south are like the Ethiopians in color, although they are like the rest in respect to the countenance or appearance and also hair. For an account of the humidity of the air, the hair does not curl, whereas those in the north are like the Egyptians. Now, Arian of Nicomedia, a Greek historian who lived during the 1st century AD, in his literary work Indica, he quoted that the appearance of the inhabitants is also not very different in India and Ethiopia. The southern Indians are rather more like Ethiopians, as they were black to look on, and their hair was black. Only they are not so snub-nosed and woolly-haired as the Ethiopians. The northern Indians are most like the Egyptians physically. So after all this evidence of the mixing of Ham seed with the descendants of Eber, isn't it interesting that Abram's name was later changed to Abraham? The Most High changed Abram's name to Abraham because he was to be the father of a multitude of nations, mainly through the mixing of Ham seed, not Jacob's seed. Nevertheless, by seeing all this with evidence and using critical thinking, we should be able to understand how the children of Israel got their brown skin complexion, something we don't see with the people who came to Israel in 1948 calling themselves Jews.
I'm trying to figure out the anti-Semitism. Where is that?
Now therefore fear the Lord and serve him in sincerity and in truth, and put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the flood, and in Egypt, and serve ye the Lord.
Now Ham had a son named Mizraim, who would be the father of Egypt, or his most ancient name, Kemet, which is the ancient Egyptian word for black. The ancient Egyptians called themselves Kam or Kam-O, which means black people or black god people. Everyone knows by seeing countless pictures of Egyptian drawings that the ancient Egyptians were a race of brown black people. It is also a known fact that the other black nations ruled as the pharaohs of Egypt as well. The black Libyans ruled over Egypt in the 22nd to 23rd dynasties under Shoshenq I, Orsakan II, and Eaput II. This was in the BC era, over 1,000 years before the Muslim Arabs invaded Egypt or Libya. The Nubians of Sudan and Ethiopia, or Kush, also ruled Egypt during the 25th dynasty. The pictures from 2,000 or 3,000 years ago show them to be black, despite the white Egyptian Arabs who we commonly see today in North Africa. That is a known fact, and when white people visit Egypt today, the locals immediately recognize them as Kawaga, which means foreigners, despite what is portrayed in Hollywood movies. But when African Americans visit Egypt, they are often mistaken for native Egyptians and are referred to as Masri or Misri, meaning Egyptians in Arabic, which is based off the Hebrew word Mizraim for Egypt. In many cases, African Americans have also been referred to as Ibn Yaqub by the Arab locals when visiting the historical pyramids. Ibn Yaqub basically means son of Jacob in Arabic. So why would the local Arab Egyptians refer to black people as the sons of Jacob or the Egyptians? In the world today, many Christians are realizing that there has been a huge cover-up of real biblical history. Satan knows that if he can hide the true identity of the ancient Egyptians and the sons of Ham, he can keep the real Israelites from waking up to their true identity. So how has this mastermind deception continued for so long? It's easy. The powers to be simply have to present another people to the world to be the Egyptians and the Israelites of the Bible using the mass media or Western education. The mass media for centuries has whitewashed the true black identity of the ancient Egyptians. We know that the head busts, the stone statues, the mummified pharaohs of Egypt, and the pictures on the walls in Egypt depict a different Egyptian than what is shown on TV today. This is why on TV, when our channels report from North Africa, Egypt, Israel, or the Middle East, they always show pictures of white-skinned Arabs. On the movie screen, the Egyptians are just plain white, which is plain wrong. According to biblical history, Abraham's son Ishmael is birthed by a black Egyptian woman named Hagar. In the Bible, she is referred to as Hagar the Egyptian. Hagar later gets a wife for her son Ishmael from black Egypt. Now, this would technically make the Ishmaelite Arabs back then and today black. After all, if Abraham was a black-skinned Shemitic man and Hagar was a black-skinned Hamite, their offspring should also be black. This can be proven by the historical writings of the ancient Arabs. Now, 7th century AD Arab poet Miskin al-Darimi quoted, "I am Miskin, for those who know me, my color is dark, the color of the Arabs." Now, Arab linguist Ibn Mandur, who lived around 1260 AD, wrote in his book Lisan al-Arab that, quote, "The predominant complexion of the Arabs is dark brownish black, and that of the non-Arabs is white." Now, Ibn Mandur also quoted that non-kinky hair is the kind of hair that most non-Arabs like the Romans and Persians have, while kinky hair is the kind of hair that most Arabs have. So if Ishmael had a black Egyptian mother named Hagar, and he also had an Egyptian wife, the evidence of black Egyptian physical traits should be seen in people with true Egyptian ancestry or true black Arab ancestry. The truth is, the white Arabs and the white European Jews' real biblical identity has been hidden today because the term Semitic has been used to describe them since they currently live in biblical Shemitic lands. However, maternal DNA studies reveal that the true origin of today's Arabs and Jews comes from the many sons and women of Japheth, who dwelt in Central Asia, most notably modern-day southern Russia, Western Russia, aka the Pale of Settlements, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. The Seljuk Turks, the Oghuz Turks, the Uzbeks, Kurds, and other Turkish hunter groups would eventually over time migrate west to the Middle East and Anatolia, which is modern-day Turkey. They would adopt Islam as their religion and then conquer North Africa, the Levant, and Jerusalem under the latter name, the Ottoman Turkish Islamic Caliphate. In 1948, the European people of Turkish, Hunnic, Bulgar, Slavic, Khazar, and Germanic descent who converted to Judaism would conquer British Mandate Palestine, otherwise known as Arab Palestine, renaming it Israel. So as you can see, the true ethnicity of Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, and the Israelites cannot be taught correctly in the church or on TV unless we have a clear understanding of the ethnicity of the ancient Egyptians. This is because the biblical Ishmaelite Arabs were a people heavily mixed with black Egyptian DNA, and the Israelites mixed with the black Egyptians for 400 plus years before they left with Moses to journey to the land of Canaan. In addition, 2 of the 12 tribes of Israel, Ephraim and Manasseh, will come from the stock of a black Egyptian woman named Asenath.
And unto Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine came, which Asenath, the daughter of Potipharah, priest of On, bore unto him. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh, for God said, He hath made me forget all my toil and all my father's house. And the name of the second called he Ephraim, for God hath caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction.
So to erase the false teaching we have gotten for years, we need to see what ancient historians had to say about the skin color or appearance of the ancient Egyptians. Now Herodotus, a Greek historian who lived and spent time in Egypt during 480 BC, made a statement about a group of people called the Colchians who resembled the Egyptians but lived in above the Turkey-Armenia boundaries along the western slope of the Caucasus Mountains near the Black Sea in what is now called the European country Georgia. Now he quoted, "For the fact is I soon came to realize myself, and then heard from others later that the Colchians are obviously Egyptian. When the notion occurred to me, I asked both the Colchians and the Egyptians about it, and found that the Colchians had better recall the Egyptians than the Egyptians did of them. Some Egyptians said that they thought that the Colchians originated with Pharaoh's Sesostris army, but I myself guessed their Egyptian origin not only because of the Colchians are dark-skinned and curly-haired, but more importantly because Colchians, Egyptians, and the Ethiopians are the only peoples in the world who practice circumcision and who have always done so." Now, Aeschylus, who lived around 520 to 456 BC, was a Greek poet who admitted in his literary work, The Suppliants, that the Egyptians in his time were black. The entire Egyptian army is said to be black by both the Danids and Danuas. When found from his lookout, he distinguishes the Egyptians in their first ship as their black limbs are shown from their white garments. Now, Aristotle, who lived in the 4th century BCE, a Greek scholar and philosopher, quotes this racist statement about the Egyptians: "Those who are black are cowards like the Egyptians and the Ethiopians." The world is so confused right now that even though we see an agenda to whitenize the Egyptians, when black people or anybody non-white say that they are the Israelites, people say, "Nope, you are a Hamite Egyptian," or "No, you are a Hamite Canaanite." These statements have been attributed to the so-called Negro and the so-called Native American Indian, which are bywords given to these people groups by the European sons of Japheth. Now, was this trickery and confusion prophesied in the Bible?
God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations, whither the Lord shall lead thee.
So what are the cold, hard facts that cannot be disputed? Based on language, passed down traditions, the DNA haplogroup testing of ancient skeletons from Egypt, and what geneticists call match likelihood index autosomal STR testing scores, the
Hey,
bloodline
Kareem,
of the
stop
ancient
real quick.
Egyptians is
Stop real
not
quick.
seen in the
Stop real
so-called
quick.
Bantus race.
Stop real quick. I don't know if this brother is making a threat or some kind of warning, but outside the queue, I don't know what the hell you talking about, bro, because there's nothing in this video that's gonna get this channel shut down. So I hope that ain't the video, because your channel gonna get shut down. Like, are you working with these people? What the hell? What that supposed to mean, bro? We haven't seen nothing in this video that's anti-Semitic or Semitic. We have a freedom of speech. We paid for the goddamn video. So if you coming over here with that nonsense, bro, you can ride out. All right, let's go, y'all.
In all actuality, the bloodline of the ancient Egyptians can be seen in the Dogon tribe, the Fulani people, the Alur tribe, the Hausa people, the Beja, Afar peoples, and the Somalian tribes in the Horn of Africa. According to Abbasid 9th century Muslim geographer Ahmad al-Yaqubi, the Beja people in ancient times had kingdoms stretching from Aswan in South Egypt to Massawa in Eritrea. Now, some Egyptologists say linguistically the Beja tribe has similarities to the language of the ancient Egyptians, just like certain tribes in Somalia. Their language also falls into the Kush family of languages seen in Sudan and Nubia, which was a part of ancient southern Egypt in BC times. To top this off, German-born 19th century Egyptologist Emily Bruce traced a certain clan of the Beja people to the Egyptian people of the 20th dynasty. Now, American physician and scientist Samuel George Morton proved in the 1844 AD Crania Egyptica study that there was a clear distinction between the Negro and native Egyptians.
Yeah, stay. Hey, you gotta stop here. You gotta stop here. You gotta stop here. Now, we've been putting this information out for years. When the ancient watchmen used to come up to the Israelites and say that we were gonna be their slaves, us Canaanite black dogs is what they would call us. Like, man, brother, have you seen Samuel Morton? This brother did comparative studies with the Egyptian skulls, and over there they found Negro skulls that compared to the skulls over here in America, and said they both skulls they both can say both of these what we found was both found in slavery. That meaning the Negroes was over there. Well, go ahead. I'm gonna let them speak. I'm just letting you know we've been putting out this information along with this brother right here that's putting it out with this video. Go get the video. Hebrews to Negroes. They want to shut it down. We got Cube coming over here. One of these atheist defectors coming over here making threats. I don't care how he wrote it. That's how I had it as a threat. Oh, you better be prepared to create a new channel if you plan this video. If in this video is promoting any race hate or nothing. This is historical information, man. All right, let's go. Please and thank
you. Sub-Saharan Negro skulls from West Africa. Morton proved that the Egyptian ruling elite class of ancient Egypt had a different skull shape than the subservient slave class at the time. Now, whose skull matched up perfectly with the subservient slave class, which in the Bible was the Hebrew Israelites? The Sub-Saharan Bantus Negro skull. Now, this proves that the ancient Egyptians and the Sub-Saharan Bantu people were two different people. Now, to prove the claim that the Bantus people are not the ancient Egyptians even more, let's examine an article called Ancient Egyptian Mummy Genome Suggests an Increase in Sub-Saharan African Ancestry in Post-Roman Periods by paleogeneticist and professor Verena Vijay Schinelman at the University of Zurich with her co-partner, archaeogeneticist Professor Dr. Alexander Peltzer from the Institute for the Science of Human History. Now, this article proved that from the New Kingdom Egyptian period around 1388 BC to the Roman period around 1st century AD, the sub-Saharan Bantu people were minimally present in Egypt. Their studies on the ancient Egyptian mummies and more modern Egyptian skeletal remains show that after the Roman period, DNA skeletal evidence proved that the Bantus Negro people brought their gene flow back from outside of Africa or Israel into Egypt. This, of course, was the emigration of the remaining Israelites in Israel into Africa by way of Egypt. The common denominator in the oral history of where many Bantu tribes scattered in Africa claim to have migrated from to get to their current location. Now, if a people claim to be one of the 12 tribes of Israel, then they need to be able to prove this using facts, showing multiple connections to the ancient Israelites, not just the fact that they follow Torah. So we already have autosomal paternal DNA haplogroup markers from ancient Egyptian skeletons and craniometry studies proving that the so-called Negro was not a pure Egyptian. But what if we can also use the language from ancient Israel during BC times, oral histories and traditions and customs to prove who was the real Israelites? Many Bantu Negro African tribes, including the early indigenous Indians of the Americas, were found to contain similar DNA markers and language patterns that hinted to a common place of origin.
Yeah, Q ran up out of here. He probably the one that's gonna run and tell.
By using the language spoken.
Yeah, Q. I bet you. Come on, man. Don't call me doing this.
You want to say something, JJ? You want me to play it?
Go ahead, play it.
In Israel prior to the emergence of King Saul, which is, by the way, Egyptian and Hebrew, we could track down the migration routes of the ancient Israelites. Now, this is not hard to believe or accept if we use critical thinking, because after spending 400 years in America, Negroes from West Africa have mastered the English language, forgetting the language of their forefathers. But this erasing of language did not happen with the mixed multitude of people that left with Moses during the Exodus.
And a mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, even very much cattle. And the son of an Israelitish woman, whose father was an Egyptian, went out among the children of Israel, and this son of the Israelitish woman and a man of Israel strove together in the camp.
Now, based on these scriptures, wouldn't true Israelites today still have some evidence of the Egyptian and Hebrew language in their dialect today? Wouldn't there be some proof? While investigating the Australian Aborigines in Australia, Professor A.P. Elkin of Sydney University in Australia came up with Aboriginal tribes in Australia displaying Semitic Mediterranean facial features with Egyptian words in their language. Now, the Hebrew Israelites were Semitic and they knew the language of the Egyptians. Now, such proof can be found in the Bible as Joseph was co-ruler over Egypt during his time. Moses was learning the wisdom of the Egyptians, and King Solomon had alliances with the Egyptian pharaohs of Egypt, so much so as he was given the Canaanite city of Gezer as a dowry gift for his marriage with an Egyptian princess. Now, evidence of Hebrew traditions, the Hebrew language, with also an Egyptian influence, can be seen in certain native Indian tribes, but also in the Bantus Awe tribe, the Bantus Wolof Serer tribe, the Bantus Gadangme tribe, and the Bantus Nigerian Igbo tribe. Now let's get to the facts. In a manuscript written in the Mayan Quiche language, which is today spoken by the Quiche people in Guatemala, in 1554 AD, it tells a story from 3 Mayan Indians. A translator was able to decipher the story. Now in the story, the Mayans said that they were the descendants of some of the 10 tribes of Israel that were exiled under the Assyrian king Shalmaneser. While in Syria, they decided to leave and emigrate to a different land. Some were left behind, but some made it. Now the text read in the Mayan language, these then were 3 nations of Quiches, and they came from where the sun rises in the east, descendants of Israel of the same language and the same customs. Now what is interesting is that the Mayans say that they are the sons of Yaqui, and the Aztecs and Mayans say that when they were forced to leave Israel or Tulan, they traveled south to the sea and then to the ocean. based off a direct study of the Native American Indians and ancient books such as Ills in America, or Probabilities that the Americans were of that race, written in 1650 AD by Thomas Thorogood, many Europeans believed that the Indians were descendants of the Northern Kingdom Israelites who were displaced by the Assyrian king Shalmaneser. Old accounts of stories told by the native Indians described their people as Israelites who left Israel during the reign of the Israelite king Hosea in the 8th century BC. But this is not the only thing that they described. Native Indians were known, according to the Jesuits, Sephardic Gentile Jews, the Mormons, and other Europeans, to exhibit the following Hebrew traditions. They performed the camp or people's division into tribes, such as the Israelites. And some of the tribes also wrote from right to left, just as in the Hebrew script. They followed 2-3 wheat harvests in 1 year. They didn't swear or take oaths. They didn't drink or commit adultery, and they believed in the Oracle Covenant. They also had an Ark of Bulleruth, which was similar to the Ark of the Covenant. The tabernacle was carried by 4 priests only, and they pitched a tent facing the east. And they called their aunts and uncles mother and father, which is seen in West Africa today. And they had cleanliness laws where women on their menses or after childbirth had to be set apart for 7 days. And on the 8th day, they were able to come back to the village. They did not eat pork. And as in the Hebrew levirate marriage, the widow had to marry the brother of the deceased husband. The circumcision was performed with stone knives, as in the Hebrew culture. And the Indians believed in Hades, or a great pit for sinners, which they call Papufo. And the Indians wore vestments similar to the Aaronical robes of the high priests. And the first fruits were offered, such as corn, meat, and fish. They observed the year of Jubilee, which is seen in the Hebrew culture, and they uttered the word Hallelujah. The temple was where the Indians worshiped. They sang and prayed and made offerings. And their worship of Yahuwah was known throughout many Indian tribes. Their notions of a theocracy was also seen, and they had a belief in the administration of the angels. Their language and dialect showed a Hebrew influence, and they had the same manner of counting time as many of the ancient Hebrews. In the village, they had prophets, high priests, and a king hierarchy, and their divination rites were similar to the Aaronical high priesthood. Now, the Udo-Aztecan family consists of many different Indian tribes. Semitic linguistic experts in Arabic, Aramaic, and Hebrew all have agreed that Hebrew and Egyptian can be found in the native Indians' dialect of the Udo-Aztecan speakers. However, the truth is often suppressed of this knowledge to the outside world. Here are some of the tribes in the Udo-Aztecan family who still retain evidence of their Hebrew ancestry in the language. Now let's clear some things up about the Hebrew language seen in different cultures today. Prior to 1948, the Ashkenazi European Jews spoke Yiddish, which is rooted in the Germanic, Slavic, and Turkish languages. Now these 3 languages have their roots in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, which is the land of Japhet, not Shem. Now English, German, Dutch, Swedish, Danish, Norwegian, all have roots to old Germanic languages. Now Spanish, Portuguese, French, Italian, and Romanian dialects are all based on the Romance language family, which also had its origin in the land of Japhet, such as Western Europe. The Sephardic Jews language, Ladino, is a Romance language derived from Old Spanish. Yiddish and Ladino were never spoken by the ancient Israelites. The native Indian Udo-Aztecan language family for European linguistic experts began in Israel, but was later influenced by non-Semitic tongues, perhaps during their migration settlements in the East on their way to the Americas. They acknowledge that the Uto-Aztecan language began as a credo language mix, which Semitic was a dominant component. Here we will see the proof. Now, proof about the Uto-Aztecan language having a Hebrew influence can be seen in the work done by linguistic expert Morris Swadesh in his article, Hebrew Influence in Zapotec Language in Southern Mexico. Also, linguistic expert Arnold Leesburg in his article, Hebrew and Quechua, the Inca language of Peru, are alike in many ways. Also, the Nahuatl Aztec language has many similarities to the Egyptian language if you drop the L, according to Francis Cartoonin, an analytical dictionary of Nahuatl. The Europeans documented that when the Indians talked about their ancestors, it was basically what the Europeans read about the Israelites in the Bible. The Europeans said that the Indians did talk about a great prince that a long time ago brought them in a fleet to the Americas. The Indians described that God made one man and one woman, commanding them to live together and multiply, and how in a famine he rained bread for them from heaven. They also said that during a time of drought and thirst, that God gave them water out of a rock. The Taino Indians of South America and the Caribbean are known to have Hebrewisms in their language and culture. Now, Chief Joseph Amahura Riverwind of Arawak Taino descent described an ancient Taino song to breaking Israel news as Shema, Shema, Naina, Papaska, Hoya, Ya. It is translated into English as listen, listen, people, as you gather together, we will dance before the Creator. Now, this is eerily similar to the Hebrew Shema prayer, Shema, Yisrael, Yahuwah, Eloheinu, Yahuwah, Akkad, in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. Now, for the Taino Arawak people, the name of the supreme God or great spirit is Yahya. Now, the Cherokee Indians, who were found to have the maternal DNA haplogroup T specific to ancient Egypt, called themselves the Ani Ketu Waya and called the creator Yohiwa. And the Cherokee were also known to carry an ark into battle, celebrate 7 feast holidays, they had cities of refuge, abstinence from eating pork, and they held the number 4 and 7 sacred, possibly secondary to the fact that they kept the 7th day of rest, which is seen in the Hebrew Israelite culture. Now, the Chippewa Indians called themselves Anish Nabi and believed they were from the tribe of Ephraim. In Hebrew, Anshe Nabi means people of the prophet, as the word Nabi means prophet, and Anshi can also mean people of, as in the word Anshi Shesed, which means people of benevolence or people of kindness and mercy. Now note in 1 Chronicles chapter 6, a Levite man, Elkanah, was the father of Samuel, the prophet, who lived in the mountains of Ephraim. So with all this proof, let us turn now to the Bantus Negro people in regards to their Hebrew and Egyptian influences in their language. Ancient stories of different Bantu tribes all tell of a time when they lived in the Congo. The Congo today is known for its rainforest, but in the late 1800s, over 10 million Bantus Hebrew Israelites were killed under the rule of Belgium King Leopold II. African historical documents state that in the ancient past, the Congo was home to a large Hebrew Israelite kingdom. Some legends even state that King Solomon, the Israelites, and seamen from the Canaanite city of Tyre came to the Congo looking for precious metals, animals, and spices. Even today, there have been reports of ancient Hebrew being found written on the rocks deep within the forest. Many Bantu tribes, such as the Bakongo, the Luya, the Bamaleke, Sakuma, Baganda, Temne, Kikuyu, Zulu, Exosa, Ashanti, Ewe, Yoruba, Igbo, and others claim to have migrated from Israel south into Africa by way of Egypt. The word Sakuma means people of the north, and the Luya word Abaluya means people of the north. So why were so many Bantu tribes connect their initial migration point into Africa from Egypt? Even Bantu speakers from Mozambique, the Congo, Zambia, and Malawi all testify to a southerly migration from Egypt. So what if these Bantu tribes have Hebrew and also have evidence of the ancient Egyptian language in their mother tongue? This combination can only mean that the Bantu people are the true Israelites of the Bible. No other group of people on the planet Earth can attest to this found in their language, not even those today who the world says are Jews. So we know that brown skin tones was something that was natural to the sons of Ham in Africa and the sons of Shem in Mesopotamia and Arabia. But what if we can show evidence of the Hebrew language and the Egyptian language in different African Bantu tribes whose ancient history points back to them being the Hebrew Israelites of the Bible? This kind of proof validates the Bantu people's long history in Egypt as Hebrews in their exodus with Moses and Joshua to Israel. Is the world ready to finally find out who are the real children of Israel? This is an exciting time we're living in to know that the Most High is waking up his people all across the world to their true Israelite identity. Now this calls for some celebration music as we soak in all this truth. we have covered Egypt, there is one missing link that has been overlooked by biblical and Jewish scholars. The link that proves that the Bantus Negro people are the original Hebrew Israelites. So what is this link? First, we must ask the question that no one has bothered to ask. Where are the children of Canaan today that mixed with the Israelites in BC time?
And the children of Israel dwelt among the Canaanites, Hittites, and Amorites, and Perizzites, and Hivites, and Jebusites. And they took their daughters to be their wives, and gave their daughters to their sons, and served their gods. The people of Israel and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the lands, doing according to their abominations, even of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Egyptians, and the Amorites. For they have taken of their daughters for themselves and for their sons.
The African-American Negroes have spent 400 years in America, but despite race mixing with different ethnicities, we still look black and not Caucasian. So if Abraham and the 12 sons of Jacob were already a brown-skinned people before entering the land of Ham, which is Africa, then mixing with the black Canaanites or black Egyptians for over 1,500 years, they would naturally produce further generations of Negroid-looking Hebrew Israelites. Before we come to this conclusion, we must first prove that the Canaanites back then and today were people with Negroid features. In Africa, there are a group of people who have been said to have been one of the original inhabitants of Africa, and people who are known by other ethnicities to have traveled to distant lands, even before others could lay their stake first. They are called the Little Black People, aka the Black Pygmy Negrito race. The Moors documented that little dwarfs lived in Morocco and all through the Atlas Mountains in North Africa, even into the south. They were called by many names: the Dinga, the Tiki Tiki, the Aga people, which was a Phoenician Canaanite city in BC times, the Jeti Jeti people, the Tawuta, and the Saisiyat Black Little People in Taiwan, the Koro Poguru Black Little People by the Ainu people in North Japan, the Nunihi or Yunwi Tsudi Little People by the Cherokee Indians. Now, if we look deep into the ancient history of the Black Pygmy people, we will see that they could very well be the same children of Canaan that our Bible speaks of. One of the biggest things the Canaanites are well known for in the Bible is the infamous curse of Canaan.
And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren.
In the Hebrew Old Testament, the word used for brethren is Hebrew Strong's word 251, ak, which means brother or brothers. Now, because of this one passage in the Bible, and because of the transatlantic slave trade, it has been fought and taught that the so-called Bantus Negro are the biblical Canaanites. Well, who were the brothers of Canaan? The Black Egyptians, the Black Cushites of Nubia, and the Black North African Hamitic tribes from the lineage of Put in the territory of Libya. So do we have proof that Canaan's brothers were black? So what about their other brother Put, who lived in modern-day Libya? 1st century AD, Roman commander Silius Italicus described the black Libyan Berbers with the term Negra, which meant black. And this was 600 years before Islam existed or any black Muslim war existed. In 6th century AD, Roman poet Flavius Chrysonius Corippus used the phrase facies negroque, colorist, meaning faces or appearance of black color, to describe the North African Libyan Puttite Berbers in his literary work Johannes. For centuries, the curse of Canaan story has been taught incorrectly by the European Catholic Church and modern Talmudic Judaism, which many black people have believed even until today. The question is, why would Catholics and Jews teach that black people are suffering from the curse of Canaan? Truth is, the Bantus people in Africa were naturally practicing Hebraic customs without even knowing the English word Hebrew, Jew, or Judaism. In addition, the oral history of their migration from Egypt to Israel and from Israel back into Africa by way of Egypt and Sudan was passed down from the oldest person in the village going back generations upon generations. Now, does this sound like the biblical history of the Canaanites? Of course not. In real history, Not too much evidence is found in regards to the identity and current whereabouts of the children of Canaan. This information has been covered up for a reason. But as Yeshua HaMashiach, whom the world knows as Jesus Christ, said in Luke 8:17, for nothing is hidden that will not be revealed, and nothing concealed that will not be made known and brought to light. Now, with that being known, the Pygmy tribes in Africa are a group of people who were once very numerous in the land of Ham until the Baptist Negro Israelite expansion into Africa. The Pygmy tribes in Africa have always been overshadowed and ruled over by the other great Hamite kingdoms of Africa. This includes the Libyan Put Empire, the Egyptian Mizraim Empire, the Nubian Kush kingdoms that ruled over ancient Egypt and Northeast Africa. So the Baptist people are not Hamites, and the Pygmy tribes in Africa are not accounted for in African Hamite history. Then who are they? The only people they could possibly be are the children of Canaan. Now here's where it gets interesting. Pygmy tribes like the Batwa or Twa Pygmies in Africa were found to have the same Egyptian Canaanite Pygmy best god in their pantheon of pagan gods. They also knew of the Pygmy Egyptian Phoenician Canaanite god Ptah Sokar, aka Pataikos. Coincidence? In the Fa Pygmy language, the word Ilani or Ila corresponds to energy, force, power, or strength. The ancient Hebrew word El, meaning God, corresponds to strength and power. It consists of the Aleph, Ox, and the Lamed shepherd staff, pictographed Hebrew letters similar to the Sumerian, Babylonian, Assyrian word Elu or Ilu for God. In the first dynasty around 3150 BC, Pygmies served and worked directly for the pharaoh, including the royal household of the Egyptians. Now, were these Pygmy people Caucasoid? Of course not, because there are no indigenous Caucasian tribes in Africa today. Now, many Pygmy skeletons were found buried in lesser tombs around that of the tombs of the pharaohs. In fact, a proportion of dwarfs in the Egyptian royal cemetery of the first dynasty kings, Hor, Aha, or Narmer, were so numerous that many believed that.
But according to the Oahspe, there was a tribe of yellow and white Pygmies. Let that sink in. What you think about that, Forever Food?
Yeah, that's right. The Ihans. The Ihans, they said the Ihans were toward like the middle of the book. The Ihans were like all colors.
Yeah, that's crazy. They making stuff up. They made that up. All right, let's keep going.
But the Oahspe does say, like how the narrator was talking about how Shem was in India also.
Yeah.
The Oahspe says that.
Yeah. Shem's children spread out to India.
Asia, Asia, and Africa.
Yeah, and that's not hard to believe.
Right. Okay, you want me to press play now?
Yes. Yeah, we can get back on to that.
The Pygmies were brought into Egypt from the land of Canaan. Back then, the Pygmies' purpose in the Old Kingdom and the Middle Kingdom would be seen as a form of servitude to the Egyptian, Libyan, and Nubian Kushite kings, just like the Crystal Canaan states. According to Egyptian history, the Black Pygmies of Africa were brought into Egypt as jewelers, tailors, cupbearers, zookeepers, fortune tellers, astrologers, and entertainers. Egyptian texts from around 2300 BC refer to the Pygmies as little men from the land of trees and spirits at the foot of the mountains of the moon. In Central Africa and the African Great Lakes region, the Batwa Pygmies are regarded as the ancient dwellers of the forest. They are also known as the keepers of the forest who dwell near the mountains. In ancient biblical times, Egyptian King Pepi II Neferkari, around 2200 BC, sent an expedition into Central Africa, the same place that many Pygmy tribes still dwell today, such as the Congo, Cameroon, Central African Republic, and Zaire, and returned with a dancing dwarf known as Akkad. Now, in the pyramid text during the 6th Egyptian dynasty ruler Pepi I, it was declared that, quote, he who was between the thighs of Nut is the Pygmy who danceth like the god and who pleaseth the heart of the god before his great throne. Now, the Black Pygmies used in ancient Egypt were often used to dance for special occasions and religious festivals. Their god, Bes, was a dwarf god and was known for good things like fighting off evil spirits or fertility. So he was always associated with music, dancing, and sexual pleasure. Today, the Pygmy people in Africa still enjoy dancing as they are a happy people who are not governed by any specific laws like the Hebrew Mosaic law, the Roman law, or the Arab Sharia law. By the New Kingdom period, from 1550 BC to 1070 BC, they would appear in Egyptian writings as a people of ridicule and abuse. In the Bible, the Pharaoh of Egypt gave King Solomon the Canaanite city of Gezer as a dowry gift for his daughter's hand in marriage. In the Amarna letters, the Canaanites sent distress letters to the Egyptian rulers for help against the chief of the Hebrew, which many believe was Joshua.
Nevertheless, these shall ye not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the hoof. As the camel, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the coney, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the hare, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof, he is unclean unto you.
Now, many Spanish historians say that the word España, meaning Spain in Spanish, comes directly from the hidden word Sephanim, Sephania, or Sephania, which is a Phoenician Canaanite word which means land of the rabbits. And they say that the black Pygmy Twa people were the first people who named the land of Spain Sephanim or Sephania. Now here's where it gets deep. The Hyrax coney rabbit-like animal in Hebrew is called Shapan or Shapanim, aka rock rabbit. It is only seen in Africa and Israel. The more than half of the world's rabbits and hares are seen in southwestern Europe, such as Spain and North America. Rabbits are different but very similar in appearance to the Hyrax seen in ancient Canaan or Israel. One can see the obvious differences by looking at the ears. Now, if the 12 Pygmies named Spain as Sephanim, Sephania, or Sphania, the only way they could have known to call Spain this Hebrew term would be by associating it with the Hebrew word for a rabbit-like animal familiar to their ancestors' word for a Hyrax coney in their ancient language, the Phoenician script, which is identical to ancient Hebrew. The root word of Isephanim or Sephania is the Hebrew Strong's word 8227a, Shapan, Shapanim, or Shepanim. Now, this proves that the 12 Pygmies living in southwestern Europe were speaking a language very close to Paleo-Hebrew, although they were not Hebrews. This is the ancient Canaanite language Phoenician. But wait, there's more. Now, according to ancient historians like Tacitus, Pliny, and Claudian, the Pygmies were the first people encountered by whites in the British Isles and Scotland. Now, these small black Pygmies who were experts in alchemy, fortune-telling, astrology, and good fortune would spark the leprechaun myth in Ireland and Scotland. Now, the Abattoir Pygmies, or Twa Pygmies, call very tall people Negwazi, or Langwani. In their ancient Malawian tales, the Abattoir Pygmies speak of a time when their people were numerous throughout the land of Ham, or Africa, and how giants who were the first offsprings of winged spirits had sexual relations with the people living in Africa. The Mulanji Mountains and its forest reserves are believed to be the first home of the Abattoir people. Ironically, Egyptian texts from around 2300 BC referred to the Pygmies as little men from the land of trees and spirits at the foot of the mountains of the moon, and it just so happens that most Pygmy tribes across the world live near mountains and in dense forests. In Pygmy mythology, there is an account of a Garden of Eden, or stories similar to it, as well as a creator and a moral savior like Christ. There's even a flood story amongst the Pygmy tribes. So that the Pygmies learned about the...
You wanted me to pause it?
Yeah. Pause right there, because see, JJ7000 is the head of mine. Because I have said this before. This movie has come out before Ron. I have really never heard Ron Dalton until recently. But I went on there and told him that the Pygmies have an Adam and Eve story, a flood story, Exodus story, a garden, a tree, what they call it, a tree of good and evil, all that.
Yeah, all cultures have that.
Yeah, so they really But a lot of these cultures stray away and they go to other things like some of this Book of the Dead stuff. You know what I mean? And then they say we making stuff up, but some of the oldest people in the world are saying these same type of stories. There's over 2,000 flood stories all over the world. But saw none of them, they laughed me off the damn show that night. So bad that they had to go question and ask Black Jesus Minister, had he ever heard of this the next day, and did a whole show about it. Well, here it is again, Sonetta, if you're looking. You know what I'm saying? Well, let's keep it moving, Queen. Please and thank you.
Press play?
I said yes. I said please and thank you.
Of Christ from the Hebrew Israelites living in Canaan, that they know about Joshua and Moses. I consider these amazing facts. In the pygmy creation story, God makes man modeled from the dirt of the earth. God breathes life into man. He becomes alive and is called Efe. It's the same name as the Efe pygmy tribes in the Congo. So God told Efe to have children, and he gave Efe seed dominion over everything on earth. Mankind did not have to work this time and was immortal. The only thing God forbade them to do was to stay away and not eat from the tahu tree. This was the first law that God commanded mankind not to do. Now Efe, his wife, and children obeyed this law. And after some time, Efe had ancestors who populated the earth. And one day, a pregnant woman convinced her husband to eat of the fruit of the tahu tree. The pygmy man didn't want to eat from the tree, but the woman said it was a silly old law. The two argued about it, and eventually the man gave in. Soon the man and the pregnant woman gave all the pygmy people in the forest some fruit from the tahu tree. They all thought that God would never find out what they had done, but he did. After God found out what they had done, man lost his immortality and was able to get sick and die. The woman was punished with pain in childbirth, and mankind was made to work the earth until death from that day on.
Same thing our Bible says.
We're also aware of the giving of commandments to the Baptist people by God.
I said that ain't too far from what the Hebrew Bible, the Israelite Bible, is saying. You see, these stories are passed down. You know what I mean?
Yep. Okay, you want me to press play again?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
In the second coming of what they call the pygmy Messiah. Now the Hadza or Hadza people of Tanzania are people who carry the same Y DNA haplogroup B as the pygmies do, and to a lesser degree the Y DNA E1B1A, which is seen in the Bantu's Negro people. They are short stature, just like the pygmy people. And some also have an Asian look to their outer facial appearance, just like the Khoisan Bushman people. Now, according to the Hadza people, Ishoye, the creator, caused a great flood that was sent to kill the evil, wicked people of the earth, including the giants. The Hadza people also claim in their mythology that there was a Bantu man, similar to Joshua the Israelite, who defeated.
There it is. Look at that. These ain't even Israelites saying this. Hadza Canaanite story. What did it say? Haji, the creator, cursed the great flood, killing the wicked people of the earth and the giants. A Bantu's Negro man named Kazma, who Joshua defeated.
Izanzu.
Thank you. That's how you say that?
Isanzu.
Yeah, you can see it better than me. Izanzu. You see that, y'all? All right, so let's keep it moving.
Okay.
I thought that was very important. Izazu.
The giants in the land of their people. And this falls in line with the Hebrew Israelites coming into the land of Canaan and being told by God to wipe out the giants, including the Canaanites. In the book of Exodus, chapter 33, verse 2. Now, the maternal DNA marker labeled 9BP deletion is seen in all the African pygmies. It can also be seen in the Lemur Jews, the Remba Venda Shona people, Central African Bantu tribes, East African Bantu tribes, South African Bantu tribes, Native American Indians, select tribes in India, and Papua New Guinea, in the Philippines, and Polynesia, and parts of Asia, extending all the way up from Taiwan to Japan. Their African maternal DNA LOA and out of African maternal DNA haplogroups B, E, and F can be seen in Polynesia, Micronesia, Melanesia, and Asia. Now, the Lemur Jews who lived mostly in South Africa told their ancestry as Israelites who left Israel during the Babylonian invasion. They migrated into Arabia and further south into Yemen. From Yemen, they crossed over the Gulf of Aden into Ethiopia and later migrated into South Africa. However, the Lemur Jews carried the same maternal DNA markers seen in the different pygmy tribes scattered in Africa. The problem is, the Lemur Jews did not openly confess to intermarrying with pygmy women. So where did the Lemur Jews pick up this DNA marker carried by the pygmy people? And where did they pick up the Negro-specific paternal DNA E1B1A? It has to be in the land of Canaan or Israel. In the book Totemism and Exogamy by James George Fraser, he states that in Sir Harry Johnson's venture into the Congo and Uganda, he documented that all the Congo pygmies were circumcised, and both male-female sexes had their teeth filed or sharpened to a point. Now, the Canaanites will also learn to practice circumcision on their babies and men, as noted in the biblical story, the slaughter of the men of Shechem in Genesis chapter 34. Shechem was a Canaanite prince who had sex with Jacob's only daughter, Dinah.
Because he had defiled Dinah their sister. And they said unto them, We cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. But in this will we consent unto you, if ye will be as we be, if every male of you be circumcised, then will we give our daughter unto you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people.
Now, the Israelite E1B1A Y-DNA haplogroup and the L2 maternal DNA haplogroup, seen mostly in African American Negroes, today can also be seen in some pygmies in Africa. Now, this proves that the pygmy tribes have a long history of mixing with their Israelite neighbors, just as the Bible tells us. Now, here's where it gets even deeper. The Abattoir or Twa pygmies write their letter M pronunciation like a wave of water. It symbolized water for them because in ancient times they had a shrine altar to the rain gods on the Mulanje mountain in Malawi. In ancient Paleo-Hebrew, the letter Mem is drawn like a wave of water as it represents the M pronunciation and was a symbol for water. Coincidence? The Malawi Abattoir pygmies also wrote for their pronunciation of Ka, which is the letter K or Ka from modern Hebrew, resembling the picture of a bowl, with the meaning cup hand for making the Sembi offerings. Back then in ancient times, the Abattoir Twa pygmies offered up their offerings using their hands open, facing up, just like the Paleo-Hebrew, Phoenician Canaanite pictograph, Kaf. Now the letter T, or the character associated with the T sign, was drawn by the Abattoir pygmies as a sort of X, which was the language of the Twa Abattoir Sapitwa priesthood. It is not a coincidence that the way that the Abattoir pygmy priests wrote the letter T pronunciation was the same way that ancient Canaanites and ancient Hebrews wrote their letter T. Now with all this information, again, using critical thinking, we can conclude that the pygmy tribes in Africa are in fact the biblical Canaanites from Ham's lineage. Therefore proving even more with our knowledge of the Bible that the children of Israel, including Christ in biblical times, could not have been Caucasian-looking people after mixing with the black sons of Ham for thousands of years. Now this leads us to a bigger piece of the puzzle, a final puzzle piece that will help the world understand who were then and still are today the chosen people of Yahuwah, the real bloodline descendants of the children of Israel.
Wars, 1, 2, pestilence, earthquakes, and then famines. 3, deceivers who claim to follow Christ. That's Matthew 24, 4 and 5. False prophets, false Christ. Number 4, shall fall. The people of Israel shall return to the land. That's in Ezekiel 37, verse 21 and 22. Thus saith the Lord God, surely I will take the children of Israel from among the nations, whatsoever they have gone.
The time is now for the so-called Negroes in America to wake up to their true Israelite identity. The Most High is calling his chosen people to come out of Babylon and a system of deception. Will you be the one that has ears to hear and makes the right choice?
It's a funny thing, Mary. Once someone offers you a choice, you can't ever go back to the way it was before. If you don't try, when you go out of here, you'll find your pride is shrunk to 10 inches. If you do try, well, if you do try, you may have something to be really proud of. What do you say?
All right. I'll try.
Good girl.
So here we are today in the 21st century, and we are seeing a mass movement where Black people in America are seeking out their identity. From paying attention to social media trends, I believe most people today would say that the common consensus is that Black people are finding out that their identity is not defined by the word Black, Negro, or African American, but with the Hebrew Israelites of the Bible. But as we all know, because of years of being taught incorrectly in church that we are the Gentiles, when the Most High reveals the truth to his people, we have a choice to either accept it or reject it. Either way, the truth doesn't change. So why is this awakening happening globally? If you look to the scriptures, we can see why this awakening is now happening.
The hand of the Lord was upon me, and carried me out in the spirit of the Lord, and set me down in the midst of the valley which was full of bones, and caused me to pass by them round about. And behold, there were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry. And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live? And I answered, O Lord God, thou knowest. Again he said unto me, Prophesy upon these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord God unto these bones, Behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live. And I will lay sinews upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live, and ye shall know that I am the Lord. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied there was a noise, and behold a shaking, and the bones came together, bone to his bone. And when I beheld, lo, the sinews and the flesh came up upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. Then said he unto me, Prophesy unto the wind, prophesy, Son of man, and say to the wind, Thus saith the Lord God, Come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived and stood up upon their feet, an exceeding great army. Then he said unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, Our bones are dried, and our hope is lost. We are cut off for our parts. Therefore prophesy and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, Behold, O my people, I will open your graves, and cause you to come up out of your graves, and bring you into the land of Israel. And ye shall know that I am the Lord, when I have opened your graves, O my people, and brought you up out of your graves, and shall put my spirit in you, and ye shall live, and I shall place you in your own land. Then shall ye know that I, the Lord, have spoken it, and performed it, saith the Lord. The word of the Lord came again unto me, saying, Moreover, thou son of man, take thee one stick, and write upon it, for Judah, and for the children of Israel his companions. Then take another stick, and write upon it, for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and for all the house of Israel his companions. And join them one to another into one stick, and they shall become one in thine hand.
To fully understand the biblical component of this awakening of Negroes to their true Israelite identity, we have to go back to the past.
So the plantation system, in a smaller and modified way, continued and can be found in the South today. Much of the work is still done by hand. Much of the wealth still comes from one crop, cotton. Most of the workers are Negroes who live on the plantation. Today, the man who owns the plantation is called the landlord. The men who work the farm are tenants. And so the landlord, the laborers, and the land are still the important parts of the plantation system. Today, this owner has less land than the plantation owner of the past, and he lives in a house that is less pretentious than the great mansions of earlier times. The tenant farmers and their families live on the plantation. Each family has a small house, which they rent together with a section of land.
After Abraham freed the slaves on January 1st, 1863, many Negroes in America were hopeful that things would change. Sharecropping was just another form of slavery by another name. In the 1900s, we thought that segregation was bad and integration was good for us. But here we are in the 21st century, and things seem to have been better when we had our own communities like Black Wall Street, when we were forced to work with each other. For many Black people in America who are waking up, we now know that all of our struggles in America has been because of the curses of Israel. But just like Malcolm X said, there are still many of us who are asleep Negroes, and there are many of us who are trapped with the mentality of the house Negro. Just see for yourself.
This is Harlem. Harlem has always had the reputation of being a place of music, gaiety, and excitement. But to us, it has another meaning.
I need to charge my phone in the car while we ride to the store. Okay.
What? You want me to pause it?
No, I think he was talking.
Oh, okay.
Here, only Negroes live.
Pause it or play it? Play it or pause it?
Oh, it sounded like he was trying to say something.
Yeah, I'm trying to say something real quick. I'm just disgusted, man. Now, we got Jeremiah, please say to y'all, brother. I mean, you need to get control of your channel over there. I ain't trying to tell you what to do, but you got Joshua over there calling Ron Dalton a racist. I mean, that don't look good, bro. I know you ain't supporting this bullshit. But I mean, Joshua, man, you way out of pocket, bro. This ain't time for that bullshit, man.
Who's Jay Shu?
An idiot is what he is.
This isn't racist.
That's what he over there at the career. You see the screenshot I just sent you? Man, Daquan, you remember just Shu?
Yeah, I remember all them idiots over there.
He's a fucking idiot, man. He got 3 people over there watching, but I'm glad he only got 3 people watching.
He thinks this movie's racist?
That's what he's over there saying.
I didn't see anything racist.
You gotta remember too, you know, and again, I mean, you know, I know we on a YouTube, but you gotta remember he's not a full breed. He's a hybrid.
But it looks bad on Jeremiah's channel.
It does, you know, but that's the person he picked to run his damn debate league. So, I mean, if you're not a full breed, it is what it is.
Right, and look at the debate league over there. He ran everybody off. Joshua, he ran everybody off. Actually, he messed up a good thing over here by getting in that brother ear, bro. That's for another time, another place. But see, now you're reaping the benefits of your goddamn rewards, of your fruits that you had. You see? 3 people over there watching your dumb ass. All right, go ahead and start it back up, please.
Okay. Oh, wait, you know what I want to say? Hebrews to Negroes has a YouTube channel, right? And in one of those movies or documentaries that's on the channel is about like I think the title is like UFOs are not for Israelites, right? And I watched it, and it made me think of this movie that came out just now in 2022 called Deus. and Deus means God. And in it, they let you know that the gates, like the gates, are man-made. Like they're gonna trick humanity into going through the gates to go to the other side. And then I thought about it, and I'm like, Bill Gates. And then I thought, Bill Gates, he's buying up all the real estate and everything,
Right?
All the land. Because in the movie, the tycoon that's building all these gates, he built 70,000 of them on Earth to trick mankind into going through them, and then on the other side, they think they're going to paradise, but they kill them.
Right. I mean, it's gonna be like that anyway, sis. Because I mean, if you look at that's gonna be one way. Then if you look at Project Bluebeam, they're trying to get this big projection. I'm pretty sure it's gonna deal with Elon Musk to have everybody. They got the space excavation going on. Then they're gonna have the Project Bluebeam, where they're gonna have a Messiah appear to look like he's coming out the sky, but it's gonna be a white Messiah to have everybody worship him. So there's going to be a lot of these great things coming for the great falling away. That's why, honestly speaking, for people like Stephen A. Smith, which I'm saying on here, Shannon Sharp, Charles Barkley, they all goons.
Yep. Okay, you want me to
they're going to be the ones when Bill Gates open up them doors, they're going to be the first ones to jump in it.
Right, exactly. Bill Gates. I was like, these people are so slick. Okay, you want me to press play now? I'm gonna press play.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, I gotta find my remote.
Okay.
How did this come about? The Negro was brought from Africa to be sold into slavery. A century ago, slavery was abolished, but a pattern of segregation took its place. Although there have been significant changes, we are still deprived in many instances of full rights and opportunities. For example, there are hospitals in which the surgeons we saw earlier are not allowed to practice. And in some states, we are still restricted by signs like these. Later in this film, we shall see some of the ways in which the situation is changing. But first, let us ask a cross-section of Negroes how segregation affects their lives.
Segregation to the average Negro means being held back. He's looking for progress. He wants to move forward in the American mainstream. Segregation.
I think it's something that's ridiculous. You take the white people in the South or not only in the South, anywhere, that refuses to allow a Negro man or a Negro woman to sit in a restaurant or to ride next to them in a bus or a train or anything, and then on the other hand turns around and wants a colored woman to come into their home and cook their food and serve them their dinner after having our hands all in their food. I think somebody's got to be crazy there.
Up to this present time, it hasn't affected me at all. As far as my work and my social activities, up until this present time, I can't say it hasn't affected me.
In order to understand how the segregation, you have to realize that from the time
straight cool,
it's pounded into him that he's not as good as other people.
You want me to pause it?
We just got the Jamaican coons on there too, sis.
Yeah, no, we just commentating real quick.
Okay.
He was like a Garfield.
Things you cannot do. Don't do this. You can't do this. You can't do the other. It builds into a man a feeling of inferiority, a feeling of frustration, a feeling of resentment.
So much bitterness built up in a person and resentment when you know that you're being segregated against simply because you're black, and there's nothing that you can do about it. There is something you're trying to do about it.
These students are typical of many throughout the country, both Negro and white, who have been effective in breaking the barriers of segregation. Sense the confidence and dedication of these young people as they discuss their plans.
Talking about was the possibility of spending your Christmas in jail. I think the most beautiful thing that we could do would be to stage a mass sit-in or some type of demonstration. And if they did not serve us, to remain until they served us. If arrested, to go in jail and refuse bail. That's what I think will have a much larger impact than just mere arrest. I'd like to hear your comments on it and see exactly what you think and how you feel about it. Tommy?
We've been getting public sympathy, but not enough by just going in and coming out. And if we decide to spend Christmas in jail, then I don't know. That's all.
How many people would actually feel committed enough right now that if it came to this, they would spend their time in jail over the Christmas holiday?
Through the years, Negroes have always protested against segregation. But what you see here is an example of a new spirit.
Nightmares are not the sole property of Southern sleepers. This is Brooklyn, New York, where headlines tell of repeated incidents of police brutality.
Perhaps I'm not the right person to talk about this case, but I feel it so deeply and so closely that I'll not rest until somebody pays for the death of Al Garrett, were he my brother. I'm angry about a number of things. Not only about Edward Silver, the district attorney of this county, who has thus far failed to arrest the policeman who shot him to death, but I'm angry with a lot of my Negro brethren who don't even get angry about the fact that a poor man lies dead in his grave tonight.
Attorney Thomas Russell Jones deplores the slaying.
Killed as a result of a policeman's bullet fired at him while he was in custody in the 79th Precinct on Gates Avenue. This man, who had not even committed any crime, he failed to put a bottle or trash in a can. And this trigger-happy cop took him in, marched him into the police station. And there's some testimony that as Al Garrett was being marched to the police station, he suddenly put up his hands and said, "Oh, you're not going to do that to me," and marched holding his hands all the way to the precinct. Anybody who's been a Negro for long knows what that means. Any man here in this room knows what you do, why you do a thing like that.
Throughout history, European powers have invaded and conquered vast lands, from the north to the south and from the east to the west. But the biggest effects of European Japhetic invasion has been by far in the Americas, the Caribbean, and Africa. But who were the people living in these lands before the sons of Japheth arrived? Where did this history go? This is where westernized European history draws a blank for us. Now, George Orwell, the author of the book 1984, quoted that whoever controls history controls the world. Now, despite his story or history that we have been told in Western education, Black people are slowly waking up and are asking questions. We no longer believe that Jesus and the Israelites were European-looking people. We are no longer falling for the curse of Canaan, aka Noah's curse, when it comes to our biblical identity.
Negroes inferior by nature because of Noah's curse. And so one brother during the days of slavery wanted to justify slavery, and he had set his argument up on the framework of Aristotle's thinking. He could say, now, all men are made in the image of God. And then came his minor premise: God, as everybody knows, is not a Negro, therefore the Negro is not a man. They argue now on more cultural and subtle sociological grounds. The Negro is not culturally ready for integration. And if you integrate schools and if you integrate too much, the Negro will pull the white race back a generation. And then they go on to say, that the Negro is inherently criminal and all of these things. Now, these people never say to us that many of these problems are problems of urban dislocation, and that poverty, ignorance, and disease breed crime, whatever the racial group may be, that these conditions are environmental and not racial. And it is a torturous logic to use the tragic results of segregation and discrimination as an argument for the continuation of it. But I submit to you this evening that this way of nonviolence will help us not to seek to rise from a position of disadvantage to one of advantage, thus subverting justice. We will not substitute one tyranny for another, but black supremacy is as dangerous as white supremacy. The time to do right is now, and that the time is always.
By now, many African Americans and the descendants of slaves scattered across the world have realized that to truly understand why all this hardship is taking place is to look to the Bible for answers. For many of us, the Most High has turned on the light bulb, revealing our answers through Deuteronomy 28 and the curses of Israel. As much as we may not want to believe it, we cannot run away from our true identity and the covenant our ancestral forefathers broke with the Most High. Such as the question as, what is the biblical identity of the so-called Negro in America? And why do we have to lose our culture and heritage after leaving Africa? No matter what country we live in, why is it so hard for the so-called Negro to be prosperous as a people? And why are we struggling economically? And why are we the last ones hired on the job, the only ones discriminated against on the job, and the first people fired? And why are we struggling academically? And why are we afflicted with so many diseases and mental behavioral disorders? And why is there so much conflict in our homes? And why is there an agenda to imprison all of us? And why do we kill each other? And why is there so much stress at home seen in Black relationships and so many single Black mothers? And why has a Negro been a slave in just about every country on earth? And why have we been casted to servitude status in the nations we were brought to in slavery? And why are we the object of ridicule all over the world? And why are the nations living their best life, but our lives seem to be a lifelong struggle? And why have we been praying to the same Jesus as everyone else who is Christian in the world, but still as a people, we experience so much hardship in our everyday lives? Decade after decade, we have been reminded by Hollywood of our ancestors' history of slavery, but what is the real truth about the slave trades? In school, we are never taught about the Catholic Church's papal bulls authorizing the enslavement of the Negro and the Indian. We were never taught about the Arab, East African, Islamic slave trade, or the Jewish slave ships that brought our West African Negro Bantu's ancestors to slave ports owned by the Jewish Newport World Center of Slave Commerce off the east coast of North America. And little do we know that the three Abrahamic religions that shaped the world were the very same religions that enslaved the so-called Negro. Perhaps this is the reason why the true Israelite identity of the so-called Negro has been covered up for so long. The mass media is the biggest tool of indoctrination, brainwashing, and propaganda that the world has seen. For centuries, it has been helping Satan deceive the world, including the Christian church. Don't believe me? The following quote was made by Ashkenazi Jew Harold Wallace Rosenthal back in 1976. The truth will shock you. At first, by controlling the banking system, we were able to control corporation capital. Through this, we acquired total monopoly of the movie industry, the radio networks, and the newly developing television media. The printing industry, newspapers,
Hey, sis, can you start right here?
Falling into our hands.
Okay. Now, this is the part that they say is, I guess, being anti-Semitic. It's saying it's a lie because the book points out that they control the radio industry, the movie industry, the porn industry. They control all of this. And the banking systems. It kind of like a monopoly.
Do you want me to fast forward this part?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. You want me to press play?
Let's play.
The richest plum was later to come when we took
Hold up, sister. This is by one of their own people. If you rewind a little bit, it's by one of their own people. Listen, go back a little bit.
Developing television media. In the banking system, we were able to control corporation capital. Through this,
Is that it?
Go back and go tell the man's name. That says.
Oh, go back.
Yeah, I want you. Yeah, so I can hear the man name.
We acquired total monopoly of the movie industry, the radio networks, and the new.
Yeah, go back a little bit more.
Back in 1976.
Wallace Rosenthal. Go back. Just stop it right there. Go back to
the following quote was nation,
okay,
brainwashing, and propaganda that the world has seen. For centuries, it has been helping Satan deceive the world, including the Christian church. Don't believe me? The following quote was made by an Ashkenazi Jew,
Here you go.
Harold Wallace.
This quote is made by Harold Wallace Rosenthal back in 1976. A Jewish man reveals the truth. This is coming from your own people, an insider. And this is why they mad, because this man put this part in this movie, y'all. This is it right here. This is the straw that broke the camel's back. The guy, see, Ron Dalton, you ought to be thanking Kyrie, because he paid about $2 million to promote your book. Real talk. To be brave enough to lose $2 million to promote this book. So, I thank both of y'all. You, Ron, and Kyrie.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Nike just suspended him, too.
Yeah, they just suspended him.
Yeah, Troy West in the chat was saying that the NBA now has 6 things that they want Kyrie Irving to do before he can come back. And it's like so demeaning what they want him to do.
Man, I'll just retire, man. I got enough money. You got enough money, Kyrie.
Right.
Just retire, man.
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't go back.
Me either. That's crazy. He already apologized.
Yeah,
He's gonna
right.
apologize again.
We watching this. What is he apologizing for? Can anybody tell me
they
that?
want him to do anti-sensitivity training and anti-Semitic training and meet with the Anti-Defamation League on being sensitive and anti-hate. They want him to do all this crazy shit. It's like, I think they want to turn him into a zombie. I think they're going to try and drug him like they did Kanye.
Yeah. See, Blizzrack, you focusing on the wrong thing, brother. How is Satan in the Bible deceiving the world when Satan is just following the commandments of the God of the Bible? Some old mess. Bro, come on, man. You're focusing on the wrong thing, bro. Pay attention to what's going on. All right, sis, let's go. But Harold Wallace Rosenthal said this, y'all.
Yeah. You want me to push play?
Yeah, push play.
Rosenthal, back in 1976. The truth will shock you.
Right, Daniel Haru. It's not about that. You go push play. Thank you.
You want me to pause it when it comes up?
No, you good. You good. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Doing a good job.
At first, by controlling the banking system, we were able to control corporation capital. Through this, we acquired total monopoly of the movie industry, the radio networks, and the newly developing television media. The printing industry, newspapers, periodicals, and technical journals have already fallen into our hands. The richest plum was later to come when we took over the publication of all school materials. Through these vehicles, we could mold public opinion to suit our own purposes. There is no such thing as a silent majority because we control their cry and hue. The only thing that exists is an unthinking majority, and unthinking they will remain.
Well.
As long as their escape from our rigorous service is the opiate of our entertainment industry. By controlling industry, we have become the taskmasters and the people the slaves. When the pressure of daily toil builds to an explosive degree, we have provided the safety valve of momentary pleasure. The television and movie industries furnish the necessary temporary distraction. These programs are carefully designed to appeal to the sensuous emotions, never to the logical thinking mind. Because of this, the people are programmed to respond according to our dictates, not according to reason. Silent they never are, thinking they will remain. We are amazed at the Christian stupidity. Judaism is not only the teaching of the synagogue, but also the doctrine of every Christian church in America. Through our propaganda, the church has become our most avid supporter. This has given us a special place in society. They're believing the lie that we are the chosen people and they, the Gentiles. said by Ashkenazi
Stop
Jews.
right there. Pause. Right there. Look who's saying this. Ashkenazi Jew Harold Wallace Rosenthal. The Hidden Tyranny, 1976, The Silent Majority. You see, we're going to have to look into this book. What they say, to hide something from us, put it in the book. Well, we looking now. How about that? So why didn't they bring this guy? Why did they say, well, how can y'all get mad at your own people who's putting this out? And he's telling you the truth. Yeah, we tricked y'all into believing that we're the chosen people and that you, black man, is a Gentile.
They want to keep people dumb.
Yeah. Take a picture of that, everybody. When they come in your face with this anti-Semitism bull crap, y'all can say, no, one of your own people. His name is Harold Wallace Rosenthal. He wrote a book, The Hidden Tyranny. Am I pronouncing that right? Tyranny. Thank you. Tyranny. 1976, The Silent Majority. Meaning, hey, they may not be big in numbers, but goddamn it, they're silent and they running things. It is what it is.
Yo, don't Trump call his people the silent majority?
Do he?
Oh no, the silent minority or the silent majority or something like that.
I really didn't follow Trump too much. I just kind of.
He calls his people that.
The silent minority. If he said
either the silent majority or the silent minority.
If he say minority, he's probably taking the shots at them.
I don't know which one, but something like that. Silent majority or silent minority. Trump calls his people that.
Yeah, but as y'all see this on the screen, so how can they be mad at Tyree? He's promoting This is coming from the insiders. This is coming from your people. Y'all should be mad at Harry. What's his name? Mm-hmm. Harold. Be mad at Harold.
And be mad at themselves.
Yeah, I don't even know what you complain for. It's the truth, ain't it? Don't y'all run everything?
Exactly.
Why you crying? What you thought it was a secret?
JJ.
We don't know what y'all doing.
JJ, have you ever read now? They say that it's been debunked, but everything in it is happening now. The Protocols of Zion.
That's the book they mad about because they say that he's talking about this in his documentary, which I haven't seen yet.
It is so heinous what they say in that. But the first time I heard it, I was like so disgusted.
That's right, Troy Rest. This also proves that none of them funky reporters did their research on this movie.
They didn't watch it.
No, they ain't watch shit. Charles Barkley didn't watch it with his coon ass. Skip and Shannon. Max Kellerman.
Stephen A. Smith.
Stephen A. Coon Smith. Garfield Coon Reed. Unc Coon West. Yeah, we got ones floating around outside the cube. All of y'all. That's in our community talking crazy.
He's like Unc the Coon. He's in the group.
Yeah, that's what I said. He threw me off. He threw me off the panel to protect this European guy yesterday. All I said, bro, you speaking on our issues and you don't know what the hell you talking about. What they call them, no saints, the other white guy. Now to tell you something, you name yourself no saints, the other white guy.
See, what the Jewish community does, or the J community, I'm not going to say the word, the J community, what they do is they always like stick together.
Wait a minute, sis. Why we can't call them Jewish? That's what the hell they call themselves.
Y'all I know, but I don't want the channel to get in trouble.
I mean, what are we supposed to call them?
I don't, J people.
And then we just showed the video. If y'all go, anybody that came in here late,
no, we can just say the converts. Say that too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the converts, they always stick together, no matter what differences they have. They always come together, like they did at the game, buying those $10,000 seats and stuff. They always come together when it's time to protect their lifestyle, their way of life. When it's time to protect their life. But we need to always also start to come together, regardless of whether you're a Muslim, you're a Hebrew, you're Commission, or you read the Oaspi Cult Bible or whatever. If you are have melanated skin. When shit like this happens, you need to put all that stuff aside and come together.
Yep.
It's the only way.
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely right.
But ego.
You're
Ego.
absolutely right.
Ego. All right. You want me to press play?
Yeah, yeah. If you were done talking, yeah, go ahead.
Said by Ashkenazi Jew Harold Wallace Rosenthal.
Now look at that.
Irony, 1976. The silent majority. Over the centuries, Bible historians and Jewish rabbis have all tried to find the whereabouts of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. Studies have been conducted in China with the Kaifeng Jews, in Afghanistan with the Pashtun Jews, and in India with the Cochin Jews. Studies have also been made in Africa with the Ethiopian Jews, the Lemba Jews, and the Tutsi Jews. But no attention is given to the area on ancient maps known as the Sudan or Negro land. Today, we will cover this topic as it is needed to truly understand end times biblical prophecy. In the last days, the persecution of the Israelites will be greater than it was in ancient times. Moreover, during this time, the seed of Esau, Cain, Gog and Magog, will seek to completely destroy the children of Israel. Now, it is widely accepted that the Greeks, under their leader Alexander the Great, conquered Egypt, Israel, and the territories once held by the Persians around the year 334 BC. This would arise the beginning of Hellenistic Judaism and the Gentiles' insertion into Israelite Jewish history. So the earliest reference to a Greek Jew is an inscription dated around 250 BC, found in Oropos, a small coastal town between Athens and Boeotia in Greece, which refers to Moschos, son of Moscheon the Jew. Today, the descendants of the Greek Jews are called the Romanite Maccabean descent Jews. The Romanites are Greek Jews, supposedly distinct from both the Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews. However, the Romanite oral tradition states that their people, aka the Gentile Jews, arrived in Ionia shortly after the destruction of the Second Temple in Jerusalem in 70 AD. So who are these Romanite Jews really? Who are the Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews? And what does their DNA have to say about it? The paternal DNA of the Romanite Jews shows the Y DNA haplogroup E1B1B, which is a marker of Edomite influence in the land of Israel, and also the Y DNA haplogroup G, which is a marker of Greek influence in the land of Israel. Now, this supports the fact that hundreds of thousands of Greek Jews and Edomite Jews did in fact flee to Mediterranean Europe and North Africa during the Roman takeover of Jerusalem. Now, current Jewish history states that the Sephardic Jews fled Israel after the fall of the Second Temple in Jerusalem, eventually finding their way into North Africa and Iberia, where they will be known as Spanish Jews prior to the Spanish Inquisition. They claim to be real Jews, but is this the truth according to their DNA? Now, genetic studies have proven that European maternal haplogroups H, HV, K, U, T, and R are seen widely throughout Western Europe, Eastern Europe, and parts of Western Asia. Now, these are the same maternal haplogroups that are seen in Ashkenazi and Sephardic women and men passed down from their mothers. Even after this DNA proof, there is still more. As far back as the 4th century BC, even after during the time of Christ, the Edomites and Greeks ruled the land of Judea. Once they gave up their pagan gods, underwent circumcision, and started following the Torah, they were then known by their new identity as Jews, even after the Romans took the land of Israel under full control around 70 AD. Here, the Gentile Jewish historian Josephus Flavius confirms the Edomite occupation of southern Judea. That country is also called Judea, and the people Jews. And this name is given to as many as embrace their religion, though of other nations. But then upon what foundation so good a governor as Maccabean John Hyrcanus took upon himself to compel these Idumeans either to become Jews or to leave their country deserves great consideration. I suppose it was because they had long ago been driven out of the land of Edom and had seized on and possessed the tribe of Simeon, their land, and the southern part of the tribe of Judah, which was a peculiar inheritance of the worshippers of the true God without idolatry.
there.
So the Jews today know this? In the Jewish Encyclopedia, 1925 edition, volume 5, it states Edom is a modern Jewry.
Sister, can you stop there?
And under the heading of a brief history of the terms for Jew in the 1980 Jewish Almanac is the following work.
Thank you. Now, did y'all just hear what he said? Did y'all hear what he said? He showed the Gentile origins of the Jew. Did you see that, sister?
No, I wasn't paying
All right, okay, go back just a hair. It's going to show you the Gentile origin of the Jews. That's easy, nice. Go back a little.
Romans, Idumea. From this time, the Idumeans ceased. Now let's reveal what ancient documents have to say about this.
Yeah.
Now, according to ancient Iberian texts written in Old English, the Hebrew Israelites in Iberia prior to the Spanish-Portuguese Inquisition were black. They were also said to be from the tribe of Judah. Today, genetic research of
you fast forward or go back?
Go back some more?
No. I just need you to show where. I don't know how far you go back.
I gotta go back more?
No. Go skip up. Skip up. I don't know how far you went back.
Now, according to ancient Spanish-Portuguese Inquisition, while living in North Africa, Romans, Idumea, from this time to living in North Africa, many Edomites would wait for the perfect time to insert themselves into history as Jews, which was after the Spanish-Portuguese.
You want me to pause it?
No, just go ahead and play. Just go. I'm gonna leave it alone.
The real black Israelites during the Spanish-Portuguese Inquisition in the late 1400s. Now let's reveal what ancient documents had to say about this. Now, according to ancient Iberian texts written in Old English, the Hebrew Israelites in Iberia prior to the Spanish-Portuguese Inquisition were black. They were also said to be from the tribe of Judah. Today, genetic research of ancient skeletons in Iberia, the Spanish-Portuguese colonies in Africa, the New World, and the Caribbean all point to a people whose descent comes from the Yoruba tribe, the Mandingo tribe, and the Congolese tribes. Now, it is a known fact that the ancient precursor to the E1B1A Y-DNA haplogroup has been only found among the Falasha Ethiopian Jews who claim to mix ancestry from King Solomon and Queen Sheba of the Kushites. Also the Congo, Guinea-Bissau, Brazil, South America, which is a Portuguese territory where many Yorubas were sent as slaves. But wait, there's more. In ancient texts written in Old English, such as America being an accurate description of the New World by Scottish cartographer John Ogilvy in the 1600s, it documents the Portuguese that dwelt on this island informed the Netherlanders that few lived above 50 years there. Notwithstanding the great gain tempted to them to tarry, several of them having 200 to 300 Negroes that worked in the sugar mills, that John III, King of Portugal, sent a colony thither above 200 years before, whom thought the unwholesome air destroyed, yet the place was not left desolate. For he sent the new inhabitants who first settled in Guinea, next to Angola, and lastly on the island of St. Thomas, which is now known as Sao Tome, that so they might be better used to the air, that the said king sold all of those Jews for slaves, and refused to embrace the Roman religion, and caused their children to be baptized, from whom most of the present inhabitants are descended. Today in Cape Verde, the elderly black women there attest that their ancestors were the black Jews that were kicked out of Iberia during the 15th century. They were given many nicknames such as Naranos, Moranos, aka Moorish Jews, Judeus, Segredos, which means secret Jews, and when they were forced to convert to Roman Catholicism, Novos Christos, aka New Christians. So can we prove that these Jews banished to the islands of Sao Tome or St. Thomas and Principe were black and not white? In the American Journal of Human Biology, volume 19, page 422 to 428 in 2007, a study was done called Y Chromosome Lineages in Sao Tome and Principe Islands, Evidence of European Influence. It was done at the Human Genetics Laboratory in the University of Madeira, campus of Pentada, Funchal, Portugal. In 126 out of 150 genetic samples from the Sao Tome and Principe people of Foro, Angola, Manco, and Tonga descent, it showed an overwhelming presence of the Y-DNA haplogroup E1B1A. The same paternal Y-DNA seen in the Bantu people in Africa, African Americans, and Caribbean blacks. So as if this wasn't enough, the rabbit hole of truth gets deeper. In 1818, American author Hannah Adams wrote the book, The History of the Jews, from the destruction of Jerusalem to the present time. In it, she quotes, "The Spanish and Portuguese Jews claim their descent from the tribe of Judah and Benjamin, with some among them of the tribe of Levi, and found these pretensions on a belief which prevails among them, that many of their ancestors were removed." Now, around the same time period, English physician and ethnologist J.C. Picard in 1786 quoted, "Especially dark were the Jews of Spain and Portugal. These Portuguese Jews were very dark." Also, the French writer Laure Hunaut, Duchess of Abrantes in the 1830s, quoted, "The Jew, the Negro, and the Portuguese can be seen in a single person." So according to all this evidence, the Sephardic Jews and Ashkenazi Jews today claim they're from the tribe of Judah, Benjamin, or Levi. Why did they decide to steal the identity of the real black Israelites that they sold into slavery? And why has Catholicism, Judaism, and Islam covered up the true identity of the people they enslaved? Now, while this cover-up has gone unnoticed for years, there are some influential people in the past that spoke out against this religious hoax. So they never thought that we as Negroes would wake up to our true identity. But the Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob said that the line of Judah would wake up and begin to gather the 12 tribes. So now is the time for the hidden ones, the real children of Israel, to take their rightful position in the world. So how do we obtain our Israelite heritage back? How do we wake up the descendants of Israelites who were scattered to the four corners via exile and slavery? By spreading the truth with the correct history of where the 12 tribes of Israel went during the time period of the biblical Old Testament and New Testament. So right now, let's take a journey into Africa and beyond to see where the real Israelites of the Bible are at. '16th century Spanish anthropologist Antonio de la Calancha, when studying the Inca people of Peru, found a curious inscription discovered on a rock in Calango, Peru, a place situated at the distance of 15 leagues from Lima, Peru. The stone inscription consisted of a row of letters written in ancient Hebrew. Calancha published these findings in 1631 AD in Barcelona, Spain, in the literary work Crónica Moralizada de la Orden de San Agustin in Peru. In the year 1645 AD, it was said that the academic institutions in Iberia ordered the ancient Hebrew inscriptions on the stones to be defaced. In the 1500s AD, Spanish Catholic Bishop Diego de Landa found tons of books in Central America in the Yucatan, aka Mayan territory. And he is known for burning just about all the books written by the Mayans. Bishop de Landa was given the task of converting the Mayan people to Roman Catholicism, and in the process destroyed the Mayan language. In 1561 AD, he recorded, "Among the Maya, we found a great number, thousands of books, and we burned them all." But this does not even scratch the surface of how the Spanish covered up the true identity of the Aztec, Incan, and Mayan civilizations. In the Mayan civilization lowlands in modern-day northern Guatemala, southeastern Mexico, in the province of Petén to the south of the Yucatan, Central America, the Spaniards, during their expedition of 1696 AD, in the battles against the Mayan Itza people, found books written in ancient Hebrew. It was recorded in the 17th century in the Historia de la Provincia de San Vicente de Chiapa, Guatemala, by a Roman Catholic priest of the Dominican order, Francisco Ximenez. In the 1700s, in the viceroyalty of New Granada, aka North South America, in the Indian village of Urbana, as far as the western banks of the Car River, a Franciscan monk named Raymond Bueno accidentally entered the cavern and saw characters which resembled the Hebrew Phoenician alphabet. Now, this was documented in a book written in 1827 by John Rankin called The Historical Researches on the Conquest of Peru, Mexico, Bogota, Natchez, and Totomaco. Now, the Kingdom of Dahomey is now known as the modern country of Benin in West Africa. Benin is home to the Ewe, Fan, Aja, and Yoruba people. When the French controlled the capital of Benin, Porto Novo, it was called French Dahomey. But the Kingdom of Ouida, called Oyuda or Juda by the French, and Ajuda by the Portuguese, was home to constructive forts, each for the sole purpose of trafficking slaves to the Americas, Jamaica, and Haiti. But who were these slaves that were captured and sold? They were the Israelites. In the 1790 edition of the Memoirs in the Reign of Basa Ahade, King of Dahomey, by European slave trader and African traveler Robert Norris, a map was portrayed which was a direct eyewitness account by the English and French. On the map, they designated the town of Ouida as the country of the Jews. Now, why would a European slave trader refer to Dahomey, modern-day Benin, Togo, as the country of the Israelite? Well, let's see. Was it because the Dahomey king's apron consisted of 12 emblems that resembled the 12 stones of the 12 tribes of Israel on the Levitical high priest's breastplate of judgment? Or was it because Robert Norris observed many Hebrew traditions in Dahomey? As a slave trader in Dahomey, Robert Norris was well acquainted with the Dahomeyan language and customs. But there is more. In 1926, Dr. J. Kreppel, in his book about the Jews and Judaism, also reported a large Israelite community in the interior of Dahomey. He admits they have a central temple where animals are sacrificed at, and in the temple, laws were engraved on tablets that were attached to the temple walls. They also had a Torah written in Hebrew Aramaic letters written on old animal skins. Now, these Israelites in Dahomey observed the Sabbath and other Hebraic customs. And to add more proof to this, Abbé Pierre Boucher, a 19th century French historian and missionary, makes reference to a map by Jean d'Anville that states that the country of Negroes was formerly inhabited by Jews. He admitted that this was also found in earlier writings in the 11th century AD by Spanish Arab explorer Muhammad al-Idrisi. Now, Bain Hugh Clapperton was a Scottish naval officer and explorer of West and Central Africa. The second sultan of the Sokoto Caliphate, Mohammed Bello, was quoted in 1820 by Hugh Clapperton to have said that the Yoruba people were descendants of a Canaanite tribe. However, some say Yoruba is a corruption of the name Jacob, or in Hebrew, Jacob. Others assert that Yoruba is from Yorubabel, the people of Baal. Now, this won't be a surprise because the Yoruba god of thunder and lightning named Shango is identical to the Canaanite pagan god Baal, the same god the Israelites worship all throughout the Old Testament, disobeying the Most High's first commandment of "Thou shalt not worship any of the gods." Now, the Yoruba sacred city called Ife was founded by the Yoruba deities named Oduduwa and Obatala when they created the world. And here's where it gets interesting. Oramiyan, the great prince of Ife, king of the Yoruba, also known as Orion, was a Yoruba king from the kingdom of Ile-Ife. The word Orion corresponds to the word Jacob in the Yoruba language. Therefore, Oramiyan's staff is called Jacob's staff. Certain historians think that the marking on Oramiyan's staff has the Hebrew words Yod, Shin, and Resh, or Resh and Yod. Now, Resh means first, the beginning, and Yod means work, worship, make, or praise. Now, some link the 10th Hebrew letter Yod to completion or creation, such as the 10 Commandments, 10 generations from Adam to Noah, and 10 generations from Noah to Abraham. So together they mean first worship, first make, or first praise. Now, the city Ile-Ife means today place of dispersion and expansion because the city was founded by the Yoruba pantheon as the place where man was first created before they expanded into the world. It's also seen as a sacred holy place of worship for the Yoruba people. Now consider this amazing fact. In the earlier Bibles in Old Swahili, which started in Tanzania with the Bantus people, the pronunciation of the Lord God is Yehovah Mungu. In the Yoruba Bible, the people who were actually in Iberia as the Black Jews from the tribe of Judah before the Spanish Inquisition, they used the word Oluwa, Olurun, Olurun, Abrahamu, Olurun, Isaki, Ati, Olurun, Jacobu, as the phrase, the Lord God, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, as seen in Exodus 3:15. Now in Exodus 3:14, the phrase, I am that I am, can be pronounced as Emi, Ni, and Niti, Owa, or Iye, Ase, Iye, which means life eternal, let it be so, life eternal. Now again, is this a coincidence that the Yoruba people still have preserved in their language the name of the Elohim of the Israelites, the creator of the world? You be the judge. When talking about slavery in East Africa, you cannot begin without talking about the Arabs who sold the Negro Israelites into slavery on Zanzibar Island in Tanzania, East Africa. Now, one of the earliest Chinese sources describing Bantus Africans along the East Coast involves the testimony of Du Huan in his book Jing Xing Ji, which means Record of My Travels. Now, Du Huan was a Chinese prisoner of war captured by the Abbasid Caliphate Arabs around the 8th century AD near the city Samarkand, which is present-day Uzbekistan, during the Battle of Talas during the 8th century AD. This is a battle between the Arab Abbasid Caliphate, the Tibetan Empire, against the Chinese Tang Dynasty. Samarkand was a bridge city along the Silk Roads between the Middle East and China. Du Huan was able to escape, and in 762 AD, he wrote his literary work, which appeared in the Tong Dian, compiled by his relative Du Yu in 812 AD, describing his visit to present-day East Africa. So what did he have to say? He quoted, "The people are black and their customs uncouth. There is little rice or wheat and no grass or trees. The horses eat dried fish and the people eat gumang, Persian date. Epidemics and plagues are particularly severe in this kingdom. Traveling by land, the mountain whom one encounters are of only one type. But they have different kinds of law. They have the Arab Dashi law, the Roman Daquin law, and the Mosaic Zunzun law. These Zunzun laws exceed all the Yi and Di in their sexual depravity. They do not talk during meals, and those who follow the Dashi law rely on their relatives to dispense justice, and even if the fault is slight, others are not involved. They do not eat the meat of pigs, dogs, donkeys, horses, and the like. They do not revere the country's king or respect their fathers and mothers. They are great believers in ghosts and spirits and make offerings only to heaven. As for their customs, every seventh day is a day of rest. And on this day, they do not do business or collect loans, and they only drink wine and rejoice all day." So who are these Sabbath-keeping Bantus people? Now, the Arabs called them Zanj or Zanji, which means blacks, and the Chinese called them Zenji, Zenji, or Kunlun, devil slaves. But we know that this is proof that the slaves taken during the Arab slave trade to Asia were in fact the children of Israel. So the Bible says that the children of Israel will be gathered from the north, west, east, and the south. But modern Jewry tends to overlook and reject that any of the brown, Negroid-looking races in the Pacific Islands are the descendants of the children of Israel. But what does the Bible say?
Because these shall come from far, and lo, these from the north and from the west, and these from the land of Sinim.
In the Bible, the Hebrew word sinim or sinim consists of shemek, yod, nun, yod, and mem. The word shemek in Paleo-Hebrew means protect. The word yod means work, hand, or worship. The word nun means seed, fish, life, continue. The word yod again means work, hand, and worship. And the word mem means water in Paleo-Hebrew. So we could possibly get the following meaning: to protect, worship, to continue to worship, water. Among the Australian Aboriginal tribes, the Warramungu tribe and the Mardudjara tribe practice circumcision as a rite of manhood. Just like many Bantu African boys undergo this religious rite of passage by the elders of their tribe. Now, Dr. Nick Reed, a linguistic expert at the University of New England, found the ancient stories of the Australian Aborigines to be similar to the stories told from people with Semitic ancestry. Now, the paternal Y-DNA haplogroup C, which is predominantly seen in the Australian Aborigines and Native Americans, was found in skeletons uncovered in the caves in ancient Israel. In 2016, this work was published by Harvard geneticist Yosef Lazardis and was shown in the BioRxiv magazine with the title, "The Genetic Structure of the World's First Farmers." Now, the paternal Y-DNA C was also found in the biological skeletal samples in ancient Medes, Persia, Iran, and in the Ganj Dareh Tepe area of Western Iran. Now, this would mean that the Australian Aborigines and Native American Indians bearing the Y-DNA C could be the descendants of the exiled northern tribes of Israel.
Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land, and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria, and placed them in Halah and in Habor by the river Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes.
The pre-pottery Neolithic period skeletal remains found in Atlit Yam, Israel, matched up perfectly with the Australian Aborigine Y-DNA C haplogroup. The city of Atlit Yam falls into the ancient territory of the tribe of Manasseh and the tribe of Asher. Remember, Manasseh was the offspring of Joseph the Israelite and an Egyptian woman. Now, while investigating Aboriginal cultures in Australia in the 20th century AD, Professor A.P. Elkin of Sydney University in Australia came upon Aboriginal tribes in Australia displaying Semitic Mediterranean features with Egyptian words in their language. Now, it's a known fact that eucalyptus oil and leaves, which are seen in Australia, have been found in West Africa, used among the Bantus people, and they've also been found in Egypt. Also, Aboriginal carvings of a Levantine trireme shipping vessel were also found in Australia. In 1978, a black stone with Phoenician Paleo-Hebrew letters was found in Katoomba, Southeast Australia. In addition, numerous Levantine Israelite symbols have also been found in the Aboriginal cave art in the areas of Northwest Kimberley, Arnhem Land, and Cape York, Australia. Among the symbols is the Paleo-Hebrew symbol Nakash or Nekosheth for copper or bronze. Now, why would there be Hebrew letters that describe copper or bronze in Australia? The only explanation would be the children of Israel also made it to Australia, thus confirming the Israelites that would be scattered from Sinim or the southeast, according to the Bible. In the Pacific Islands, in the country of Papua New Guinea, there exist numerous tribes of Negroid-looking people. However, they do not have the same paternal haplogroup E1B1A as seen in the Bantus Negro people of Africa. So where did they come from and how did they get to Papua New Guinea? Even more, who are they? Now, the Gogodala people in Papua New Guinea say their ancestors came by canoe from the Holy Land of Yabi Saba, which is similar to the word Jabus in Yabus, seen in 1 Chronicles 11, verses 4-5. Today, we know it as Jerusalem. Now, there were 2 boats, long and sturdy, hand-carved from ancient trees. The red boat carried the Sagala clan, and the yellow boat carried the Paya clan.
The travelers that came from Israel to Papua New Guinea spoke the language of Israel, and they paddled in search of the far-off islands of Papua New Guinea, guided by the wisdom of an oracle called the Fire Source. Now, the Gogodala people observed the Sabbath, and women were separated from the rest of the family during menses, and men were circumcised, and they adhered to a strict dietary law, and their language could be traced to Hebrew. When the Christian missionaries came, they destroyed the ancient Jewish practices and traditions. In East Africa, in Kenya, you cannot talk about the Israelites without mentioning the Kikuyu people. The Kikuyu people are brothers to the Luya, Maru, Embu, Kisi, and Kamba peoples. According to their history, Mount Kenya, known as Kirinyaga, was a seat of God or Nagai. Nagai created Kikuyu, the first man, and also his wife Mumbi. It is said that the Kikuyu people come from the land where the fig tree grows wild and free, and this is not Africa, but Israel. Now, the fig tree, which the Kikuyu call Mogumo, grows wild in the Middle East, especially in Israel. And the Bible says when things were well in Israel, every man was able to sit under his own fig tree. Christ also gives many parables about the fig tree. And to the Kikuyu, Mount Kenya, or Mount Kirinyaga, was called by the Egyptians Ta Natore, which like Ta Naturu means land of the gods. The 12 Kikuyu seers of the Ranjuru clan commit their service to God, operating in total secrecy and segregation from the community. Now it is said that the Kaburu, or Hebrew clan of the Kikuyu people guards the sacred scrolls passed down from Moses with the stone tablets of the Ten Commandments. Previously, the sacred scrolls and the Ark of the Covenant was believed to be in Axum, Ethiopia, until the Knights Templar, whom they called the people of the cross in red costume, came looking for it, of course, to steal it. Now, it is said that the Ethiopian Hebrew seers in Axum then had the sacred Ark and scrolls taken south to Mount Kenya. Today, the Bantu tribes who settled around Mount Kenya still practice ancient Hebraic Mosaic laws and customs, such as a patrilineal society, polygamy, circumcision as a rite of passage, a jubilee year after 50 years, a bridal dowry gift, belief in one creator God, a diet which excludes pork, duck, donkey, horse, and mountains are seen as sacred places where God dwells. Is this a coincidence? Are they not Israelites? You be the judge. Dr. William Bozeman wrote a book called A New and Accurate Description of the Coast of Guinea. Originally, his collection of letters, originally written in Dutch and first published in English in 1705, describes the geography and natural history of the coast of Guinea, West Africa. Now, Bozeman was born in 1672 and went to Africa at the age of 16 in the service of the Dutch West India Company and spent 14 years on the Gold Coast. The collection of letters written to his uncle in the Netherlands is an important source of information from the 1600s to the late 1700s AD. In his book, it talks about his travels to Guinea, West Africa, which says the Negroes still retain several laws and customs which favor Judaism, as their marrying of their brother's wife and several more. They seem the same in effect, as well as the names of which here in Guinea are several which occur in the Old Testament. Now, Guinea was described on ancient maps as being the current geographical location of West Africa. So what are the different types of Hebrew customs that were seen by the Reverend John Wilson and Dr. William Bozeman? Well, today in West Africa, many Baptist tribes still exhibit and practice the following Hebraic customs, such as circumcision on the 8th day, naming babies on the 8th day, the natural vow, where the locks of the hair are grown and not cut, such as dada locks in Nigeria. The 7th day is a day of rest for people or livestock. The separation of women after childbirth or menses for 7 days, as in Leviticus 15. The ceremonial washing of hands. The levirate marriage, or the marrying of the brother's wife after death, takes place. The wearing of fringes on the borders of garments. The wearing of the breastplate of judgment with 12 stones representing the 12 tribes of Israel. Hebrew names ending in Yah. Blowing of the shofar horn in times of feasts, celebrations of war.
dietary laws against eating unclean animals, animal sacrifices for sin, slaughter practices of meat, the division of African tribes into 12, blood sprinkling upon altars and doorposts, new moon celebrations, Passover feasts, holidays with blood painted on the door, such as the Homo Festival and the New Yam Festival, setting aside to God the firstborn males of livestock and herds, intertribal marriages, divination practices using kola nuts, palm nuts, shells, sticks, or sand, similar to the Urim and Thummim practices used by the Levitical Aaronite high priest to obtain answers of the will of God. We still see in the Baptist people in Africa the same ancient Israelite disobedience to the Torah in regards to idol worship, necromancy, aka ancestral worship, fortune telling, interpretation of omens, mediums, charmers, witches, sorcerers, and astrology. And they have superstitions and laws and taboos in regards to hypopigmentation disorders. They practice the casting of lots and the pouring of libations. Now, Mungo Park, in his book, Travels in the Interior Districts of Africa, written in 1810, observes illegal whippings among the Tisi people in Kassoum, which is current Burkina Faso. He says the number of stripes were precisely the same as required by Mosaic law, 40, say 1, based on Deuteronomy 25, verse 3. He notes further that these people were neither Roman Catholic Christians or Muslims at the time. Mungo Park also notes reference to the Sabbath in that on the first appearance of the new moon, the Baptist natives say a short prayer to the Creator or Supreme Being. And this prayer is pronounced in a whisper, the party holding up his hands before his face. The ceremony seems to be nearly the same which prevailed among the Hebrews in the days of Job. And this is also in the Old Testament as well. In Isaiah chapter 66, verse 23, where it says, "And it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath to another, shall all flesh come to worship me, saith Yahuwah." Now, in Mali or Niger, the Spanish Arab historian Leo Africanus wrote in 1526, the king Askia Muhammad is a declared enemy of the Jews. He will not allow any to live in the city. If he hears it said that a Berber merchant frequents with them or does business with them, he confiscates his goods. Now, the 18th century European traveler and historian Mungo Park documented in his book, Travels in the Interior of Africa, quote, he said that there were many Jews at Timbuktu, Mali, but they all spoke Arabic and used the same prayers as the Moors. I discovered that the Negroes are in possession, among others, of the Arabic version of the Pentateuch or Torah of Moses, which they call Taruta La Musa. Now, many historians agree that the Baptist expansion happened in modern-day Congo and Cameroon, the only two countries with the highest percentage of Baptist people today. Many Baptist South Africans have ancestral roots to the Congo and the Nguni people. History states that the Nguni people who migrated to the Congo to South Africa also were the direct ancestors of the Zulu, Xhosa, Swazi, and the Ndebele people. They too also had Hebrew customs, like their Baptist brothers scattered throughout the sub-Saharan Africa. Here are some examples. In Zulu folklore, links are said to exist between the Zulu people, Egypt, the Old Testament, and Israel. The Zulu Nguni people existed as pastoralists and subsistence farmers. Like the ancient Hebrews, wealth was measured in cattle, and they have belief in a supreme deity. Circumcision was practiced as a rite of passage, and the tradition of a younger brother marrying the widow of his deceased brother, as in the levirate marriage, was also practiced. The daubing of the lintels of homes in times of sickness, the festival of the first fruits, and so on was also practiced. The laws of the Amazulu are identical to the Mosaic law. The practice of war offerings, sin offerings, and offerings to appease God. Periods of uncleanliness on the deceased of relatives and touching the dead. Rules regarding chastity. Dietary laws and the rejection of swine flesh. Now the Zulus kept annual feasts and observed the new moons as the old Hebrews did. And the Zulus had festivals at the beginning of the spring and at the end of the autumn, corresponding to the Feast of First Fruits and the Feast of Ingathering of the ancient Hebrews. And the Zulus also had a special way to butcher sacrificial meat and also the burning of incense for sacrificial and other ritual purposes, which is also seen in the ancient Hebrews. Now, the word kafir was given to the Bantu people in South Africa by their oppressors. Now, the word kafir in Arabic means one that doesn't believe in God. And on ancient maps, South Africa is listed as Kafiria, similar to the Arabic word kafir. Now, the Bantu South Africans were also labeled the people of the book by the Arabs, and the word by the Zulu people means the people. Now, with all this information, it's clear that we can see that the Bantu people in West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, and South Africa are the Hebrew Israelites of the Bible. In Isaiah 46:10, the Bible lets us know that Yah declares the end from the beginning, and from ancient times, things that are not yet done. Many African Americans, like myself, have always asked the question, where do we come from? My father's father once told me, back in the late 1800s and 1900s, we didn't have records of our parents or grandparents. We were back then sold as slaves, just like livestock. So my grandfather's father was born in Martinsville, Virginia, and I raised my grandfather in Roanoke, Virginia. Later, he would move to West Virginia to seek work in the railroad company and coal mining company. And my father would be the first out of his family to graduate from college and later become a pastor of a Pentecostal Apostolic church. And the Most High revealed to me years ago that before I came out of my mother's womb, that he would use me like others to become a vessel to spreading his message. Just as the Most High allowed the old generation of Israelites to die out in the wilderness to bring in the young generation of Israelites with Joshua into the Promised Land, the Most High's planning for the mass awakening of the diaspora to the Israelite identity cannot have come at a more crucial time. I realized that everything that I had been through from childhood to adulthood, all was by design, to build me up and prepare me for the stage of my life where he would need me the most. This would be in the education of the masses with the books and the movie Hebrews to Negroes, Wake Up Black America. So this is my message in closing. In the Bible, Christ said, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. For centuries, African Americans and black people all over the world affected by the slave trades have lived and died without knowing the truth about their biblical Israelite identity. From the 1600s until now, we can still see in America and beyond the effects of us not knowing who we truly are. Marcus Garvey once quoted, "A people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots." And right now, we are living in a time where the Most High is miraculously moving among his scattered, chosen people to wake up his sheep so that we can prepare ourselves to endure to the end until the return of Christ. Now, as situations across the world get worse for God's chosen people, the Most High is putting out his final call, the call to clean ourselves up and return to him in spirit and in truth. But first, we must wake up. Now, Satan comes to kill, steal, and destroy, and Satan also is the father of lies. Therefore, after watching this film, we should now know who is running the world. It is not a coincidence that the powers behind the 3 Abrahamic religions that enslaved our Israelite ancestors will also go through so much trouble to keep our identity a secret. They knew and still know the future prophecy concerning the God of Israel and the real children of Israel. With that being said, now that you know who are the real children of Israel, we should be able to prepare ourselves spiritually and physically for what is to come, according to what is prophesied about us in the Gentile nations in the book of Isaiah, Jeremiah, Daniel, Matthew, Ezekiel, and the book of Revelation. Lastly, too many of us today are still caught up in Babylon in the spirit of fear. The test for us in the future will be who we will choose to trust and serve. So once we decide that we will choose to follow the Most High, how we show that we love him, according to the first greatest commandments, is by keeping his commandments. And how we make it into the kingdom? By being born again, washing the blood of the Lamb who died for us, Yahusha, HaMashiach, our Messiah, our Redeemer, our King forever, and our Savior. Shalom.
Are many Black Americans that are waking up to Torah and returning to their roots, but they took it away from us in slavery. Can you give us some words of encouragement for Black Americans who are returning to Torah?
Yes. I hope God has really blessed the blacks, because the Torah was for us, but they took it away from us. And now that we see that the Torah is for us, we all people should be encouraged to go back and take the Torah so that our people will not take it from us, because it is our culture. It is our thing that our ancestors were given. So I encourage every black American to get out to know the Torah, that the Torah was given to them, because Jacob was a black, he was not a white. So I urge everyone who has really going to study the Torah that he will have courage and have the ability to come out with the Torah, so that God will bless us, God will let us know our destiny in this way. And we pray that everybody who has take this opportunity will find the fruitful. He will bless his people, and Adonai will also help him. Amen.
Hallelujah.
Amen. Amen.
So I could see watching Damqua. You can really call me Prince. Work at Michelle Palace Museum as a tour guide. Asantis we are talking about here migrate from Israel and Mesopotamia.
Did you want me to pause it? JJ, did you want me to pause it?
Can you hear me? Is it over?
Almost.
All right. Now, what are we pausing it for? I stepped away for a second.
I thought you said to pause it.
No, that wasn't me.
It's a credits coming up.
All right, go ahead and play the credits. My mic was muted.
Right. And Asantis are currently located in Ghana, West Africa. It's the largest tribe here in Ghana. And Asantis were of individual states which came together to form the Asante Kingdom. They started fighting and expanding the kingdom to Togo, Ivory Coast, and Burkina Faso, talking about the neighboring country here in West Africa. And Asantis we are talking about here is the largest tribe in Ghana. That means Asante, the king 4 or 2, the second currently, the most influential person here in the country, Ghana.
Thank you so much. And do you know what led them to migrate from Israel? Did something happen?
Yes. The Asantis were much interested in agriculture businesses. They were looking for land, fertile lands I'm talking about, for plantations. So through that, the Asantis migrated to currently West Africa, where they felt very comfortable through their migration.
Thank you so much.
From S to A, I see the same. King of Kings, Yarabah. Every flesh shall bow before your throne. King of Kings, Yarabah, Yarabah. Every flesh shall bow before your throne. You are
All right, sis, you can stop it. Now, if anybody on the panel, anybody want to say anything? Did y'all see anything in this movie that was derogatory towards any other race of people? I did. And Kyrie Irving lost how many millions? Because he shared this on his Instagram. It's obvious, like you said, the reporters just regurgitating something that was put in one of their head. Because there was nothing in this movie anti-Semitic, anti-nobody. It was just speaking of people in history. So what do y'all think?
There was nothing Semitic, anti-Semitic in there at all. Nothing racist. They just didn't want the truth to come out.
Right. So how do they charge this man? Lose 5 days of pay.
They're making him an example.
Well, you gotta remember, JJ, anything that's against them being the people of the book is deemed in the Constitution of anti-Semitic. So we obviously know with common sense that there's nothing racist in this movie, but it basically puts them as not being the real Jews and being imposters. So that automatically makes it anti-Semitic because you're against them saying that they are the people that suffered affliction from Hitler. You gotta remember, they try to use Hitler to justify Deuteronomy 28. That's how they put them over there in 1948. So they try to say that what we went through discredits us, but the 6 million, which actually wasn't even 6 million people that even lived in Oxenberg during that time, but they try to use that story to fabricate the Deuteronomy and Levitical curses to put them as the people of the book. If you ever talk to a fake rabbi, they'll tell you that the Deuteronomy 28 curses come from the Holocaust. You see? So basically, this debunking it makes you anti-Semitic. Now, this man don't lost $2.5 million worth of pay. He's losing his Nike endorsement. And like the sister said, by the time they're done with him, I mean, they're going to have him in a damn mental institution. Because I'm pretty sure, as smart as Kyrie is, he didn't think that just him posting that book was going to cause all this attention. So like I agree with you said earlier, he's worth $100 million. They still owe you $34 million this year. You know what? I mean, at this point, if you can't live for $100 million, I don't know what the hell you've been doing with your money. So if it was me, I would retire. I would just take the L, retire, live off my 100 mil with my beautiful wife and my newborn. And
somebody said that they got another basketball league somewhere over there with the Arabs at. I mean,
they got a lot. He can always play overseas too and make a lot of money. You got to remember, Marbury played in China. They got a statue of him over there. So it's not like it's the end of the damn world. You can play.
I don't understand why. Well, if this happened to him, why don't the other NBA players say, "Well, God, they could probably just come at me for something else and take my money."
Right.
They all need to stand behind him.
Why you got like Kevin Durant? A lot of basketball players know the Hebrews. I mean, he's not the first. Like if you look at Carmelo, there was a couple other brothers that know. But remember, Carmelo's a free agent. He's not signed to no team. And his last couple of years with his divorce with his wife and everything, nobody cares about a Carmelo no more because he's an afterthought. But when you pay, y'all got to remember, New York, they call New York Jew York. This is the capital of Khazarian people. So when you play for the Brooklyn Nets, especially in Brooklyn, you should have knew what they was going to do to him. I guess he didn't know. But go ahead, I yield the floor.
I watched the whole movie. I was waiting for something really graphic and got to put an uproar, and I didn't see it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you go do this over another review, there's nothing racist about this at all. This is just giving pure information, and most of the information comes from them. That's the thing that makes it the worst. I mean, it comes from their own people.
Right. Oh.
If he really wanted to be a smart ass, right, the next time a reporter bothers him after the 5 games is over, I would take an Oxford dictionary and say, I have this word right here highlighted. Can you read it to everybody in the media? And highlight Semitic. And that would really, really make them mad. But, I mean, like I said, at this point, man, you worth $100 million. I mean, what more you got to lose?
Yeah. Does anybody got anything else to say? If not, we can get off the air. Great show. Thank you, Sister Forever Food. Kareem?
I guess the movie was so long, a lot of people jumped off. You know, you watching something as powerful as this, you gotta be in popcorn mode. You know, you can't really just be sitting there and just listen. You gotta really be in popcorn, history mode. Because it seemed like even me, I'm very educated in Hebrew Israelite studies. But when it comes down to a lot of things that he was bringing out about Africa, there was some things about some of them tribes I did not know. I'm not going to sit here and lie on here and act like I knew about every single, African tribe that, practiced the culture. There was about maybe 10, 12 tribes that he brought out that I didn't even know about.
Yeah.
We always know about the Igbos, the Asante, the Mudinga. I bet everybody knows about them because they're in basic books. When you talk about all them other tribes that's, practicing the culture, I mean, goddamn. So now it makes you really think these camps, I feel bad because One West teaching got a lot of you brothers out there off because it makes it like every single tribe in Africa is a Hamite, and that's not true. And if you understand your Torah, your Bible, we had sex and had babies with a lot of Hamitic women. You can't debunk that. It is what it is. That's why they always compared the Hebrews to Ethiopians. That's in the scriptures.
Right. The movie
There's a lot of things about the Indians, and I'm a very, very, very studying Indian history. I got a lot of Indian books that a lot of Hebrews use and whatnot, and I have a lot of information. But there were some things in here that he brought up that I did not know.
That's true.
I'm not going to say, I think that's the biggest problem with us is that we think we get so, so hot-headed, so high-mighty that, our scholarship is like, oh, we know every damn thing. I'll be the first one to tell you I was very against, that One West teaching for a long time. Even, I still have some things I don't agree with now. But after looking at some of the information he brought out about some of these things, it makes you say, well, shit, I got to go back and study again. Because now you're bringing out more material that I did not know about.
Mm-hmm.
And, we obviously know about the Mongolian ones. We're not talking about them, but I'm talking about as far as the migration pattern and some of the things that some of them tribes was doing and speaking and, celebrations, worships, language, a lot of those things I didn't know.
Yeah. And there was some Australians, some Pacific Island people.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I've always knew about basic, generic studies about them, but when he went in deep about all them other ones, and some of them niggas look like us. Like, I mean, he got a damn pickle nose, big ass lips. I was like, damn.
So, Sister Nanny said that Kyrie is like Australian, so he wouldn't fit the mold. But this video just shows you, right? Someone was over there.
Well, remember, we scattered to the four corners. I think they think what the hell? They think there ain't no black people in Australia?
I guess.
I don't know. It seems like we so westernized America, we don't understand that Israel's everywhere, man.
And the Most High using Kyrie to wake his people up. He's using him as a vessel. He's using his platform as a vessel. And he's showing us the ones that's gonna ride with him and the ones that's gonna turn their damn back on him. Cube ran out of here like a goddamn bat out of hell. He said, "Oh my God, you guys are playing this movie. This channel's gonna get shut down." Like he ran it, like he running to go tell Massa. And there was nothing in this movie that could get this channel shut down because everything that he was saying in the movie, we already said over here.
They just mad that this movie's not about Kemet, us going around doing circumcisions on another man, and us not talking about no damn Islam. That's what it is. Now, if this was anything about Pan-Africanism, these niggas would be jumping for joy. But because it's about the truth, and after all the years of them trying to shame us, I look like a bunch of jackasses, they embarrassed. Instead of humbling themselves and saying, you know what, y'all, I know we talk smack about the Hebrews all the time, and we do this and the third, but you know what? This is some deep stuff.
The only one I seen is Daniel Haru. They're like, yeah, I'm riding with y'all. Daniel Haru told me that yesterday. He the only one. I think maybe Kofi in the audience, but the rest of them, they be doing their normal stuff by hating on Israel. They still doing it. They threw me off the air yesterday for the European guy. All I said to him, bro, you don't know what you're talking about. And jumped through a glass window to say this dude. Say F my mama and threw me off the show.
Unc that's in the group, that's Unc West or the other Unc?
I'm talking about Unc West. Not
okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't know, man. I hope everybody enjoyed that, man. That was beautiful. I mean, I know I came in a little late. I'm gonna actually order it tomorrow so I could watch it from the beginning, just to make sure I ain't missed nothing, man. But that to me was beautiful.
Rewind the tape.
Oh yeah, Con. I forgot you got everything from the beginning, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, we're gonna go on and get up out of here. We've been on here for 5 hours and 30 minutes watching this movie.
Yo, real quick, JJ, just let them know Hebrews and Negroes is the #1 selling book right now on Amazon.
And go out there and purchase it. Don't just rewind the tape. Go out there and purchase. Put it in your family documentary category. And spread the word.
That's true.
That's true. Go out there and buy it.
Yeah, support that brother. Evidently somebody buying it. He's #1 now. All it took was for Kyrie to say something. Yep. Somebody said, I think I bought the movie before they raised the price.
That's what I'm about to do. Let me get
Hey, you know what? That's marketing, though. Ain't it? Ain't that smart marketing? Yeah, raise the price. Why not capitalize, right? I would. Yep. Thank y'all for watching. Remember, we're going to get up out of here. Peace and blessings.
Peace.